Hello and good morning and a warm welcome everybody to SACO and this seminar on corporate taxes. Especially welcome I would like to say to our speakers from Sweden and abroad, and I know that someone has come all the way from Washington just to be here today. That was very bravely done of you, I think. First of all, just a few words on what is SACO. SACO is a confederation of unions in Sweden, and we are 21 unions in the confederation organizing people with an academic degree, for example, doctors, veterinaries, teachers, and so forth. We are just south of 1 million members in these 21 unions, and we are politically unaffiliated, so we are not connected to any political party in Sweden. And we think that EU and international questions are very important. So I'm very glad that we have this discussion here today. I think that there is too little debate on EU issues in Sweden, and especially on taxation issues. I think it's important that we discuss these things, as we have in the SACO board taken two policy position papers, both on taxation in the EU and also about the economic policy within the union. And I think it's very important that we have these discussions, as the economics is going to be more global and the companies are more global. I think that we also need to have a discussion whether the taxation should be more global. And with those words, once again, warm welcome, and I leave the floor to Simon, who is the moderator today. The floor is yours.
Hör du denna? Ja. Hörs den? Ja, vi kör på den. När vi har fixat så fint.
Okay. So now everyone also online will hear me.
Sorry.
Okay. We try again. There's always the technical issues. I just said here that in Stockholm we have ice on the streets and it's 10 minus, but we're very happy in the room. And today we have guests from all over the world. But first we will start with the Swedish context. So we have Emil Bustos from the Research Institute for Industrial Economics here in Stockholm. So he will present this report that you have available online that we released today. And he's trying to put this very complex issue in a more easy to grasp manner, which is not an easy task, I would say, but he's succeeded very well, I would say. It's written in Swedish, but you have the short English summary to get a view of what it's containing. But then you have, of course, all the nice graphs. So that's the meat of the report for the economists. Then we have at 10 o'clock the political panel. It's a very good panel, which I will introduce later. And then until 11:15, we will have a short break until 12:30. And then we have the three guests from the IMF, the OECD, and of course EU Tax Observatory, who are now, they are the co-hosts of this event, which we are very, very happy to have. But we have a short schedule, so Emil, please welcome up. And there is also the slides. And the stage is yours. Let's see if we have a mic who's working there.
Great. Can you hear me? Perfect. Right. So thank you, Simon, and thanks everybody that are here in the room and that are listening online for listening to this talk and for giving me this opportunity to talk a little bit about this report that I've written and these very important issues. So we've titled this New Times, New Taxes, Sweden and Minimum Corporate Taxation in the EU. What can be a more glamorous start of the day? So what's this about? So I'm going to try to explore and explain these very complex issues surrounding profit shifting by multinational firms and the EU, how they try to limit this and regulate this. I will definitely focus on the Swedish context, but it's a more broader picture. We're going to zoom in on Sweden here. And I'm an economist, so I'm going to focus on the economics, not on the technical details. It is very complicated. I don't understand everything. There are very few people out there that actually does. In my day job, I'm a labor economist focusing on firm dynamics at the Research Institute of Industrial Economics, but I like to venture into the realm of public taxation. And you have very different starting grounds. Some of you might have participated in the negotiations. Some of you might have never heard of a QDMTT before, but hopefully afterwards we can be a little bit more on the same page. And hopefully this presentation and this report is the starting ground for a broader public debate about these issues. So let's start with these two graphs to set the stage on where we're coming from. So think about what are the big changes in the economy and how firms operate the recent decades. So there are two big trends here. So the first one shows how much Swedish firms are spending on ICT, so software computers, and from early 2000 to today. And you see the red line on top, it going up. So ICT is more and more important. New technologies enable firms to do new things and have completely new business models. And in particular, it allows you to separate production from your customers. If you imagine a factory, you have your factory and it's very costly to ship your stuff somewhere else. But if you're online, you can have your headquarters somewhere and then have your customers anywhere in the world. Together, there's another trend, which is globalization. There are different ways to visualize this, and here I'm just showing what share of Swedish workers in the private workforce work for a foreign-owned company since the 1980s. And you see there's a large increase here as well. So we have more cross-border ownership, meaning that issues relating to how do we regulate this and taxation between borders become more and more acute and important to discuss. All right, so taking a step back, okay, how should we think about corporate taxes here? So in the ideal case, profits should be taxed at most once and ideally at least once. Neither of these are trivial. This means you need to have complicated rules how to allocate profits between different countries. If you have a headquarter in one country and a subsidiary someplace else, both countries could claim to tax these profits. And we don't want that to happen. But we also don't want profits to not be taxed anywhere, at least not without the government saying that these should be taxed at 0%. We don't want different financial setups to mean that profits aren't taxed anywhere. And the thing is that multinational firms, and we want them to distribute profits between subsidiaries in some way, and that's the fundamental principle is that you should treat them as if they were independent firms. But then, of course, they aren't independent firms, so they need to come up with some way to price and imagine what would be this imaginary price, so this is called transfer pricing. And think, what would be the market price of using the license of a big tech company in a given country? So then, let's say Google has a subsidiary in Sweden, what would be the market price for a Google subsidiary in Sweden that it should send back to headquarters? And this is definitely not trivial, and this also gives rise to opportunities for firms to use this to their advantage. And in practice, there's a lot of research showing that they can use complicated systems of how you allocate immaterial assets and various financial instruments to move profits to low-tax countries. And how important is this? That would be a legitimate first question. Maybe this is just a very small thing that we don't need to worry that much about. And this is very difficult to estimate. And in general, all these figures should be interpreted very cautiously. It's difficult to estimate because we don't have very detailed data. So we have to, rely on different estimates and try to have a sense of the magnitude. So current research suggests that at least this so-called profit shifting is large, and is very large. It's in the order of magnitudes of hundreds of billions of dollars annually. Still large variation from $400 billion up to $1,000 billion. And I don't think we need to stare blindly at the exact figure, but thinking, okay, there are lots of money that are shifted from high-tax countries to low-tax countries. And this, of course, introduces tensions in the global political economy. And now let's try to zoom in on Sweden. That's also difficult, of course, but there are estimates. And here is one estimate that try that. So for Sweden, you should think about roughly $12-13 billion that are shifted to low-tax countries. But note that most of it going to other EU countries, Ireland, Luxembourg, Netherlands, also Belgium. This is going to be important later. So when you think about how Swedish multinationals behave, you should think about moving profits around in Europe, not sending them, let's say, to Cayman Islands or the Bahamas. But there's profit shifting in Sweden as well, or out of Sweden. Okay, so if changes in the global economy mean that firms can, to a larger extent than before, move profits to low-tax places, then there's a clear incentive for governments to lower corporate tax rates. And on the left-hand side, you see statutory corporate tax rates, and we see that by and large they seem to be declining since the 2000s. You can go further back and see a similar trend. Also interestingly, you can see that the revenues from the corporate income tax here as a percentage of GDP is much more stable. Surely it's fluctuating year to year, but there's no significant downward trend. So this is an interesting puzzle in the literature and for policymakers. There are different explanations. One is that it has been more easier to change incomes from labor income to corporate income. Another one is that you have changed the tax base for corporate income, meaning that even if the tax rate is lower, more profits are included as corporate income. And finally, there's also a rise of the financial sector that also means that corporate income taxes have been increasing secularly anyway. But this is definitely this is an interesting puzzle, but for sure there is a tension here that global policymakers are worried about. All right, so we have that changes in the global economy means that countries are not, they have to fight over who gets to tax what profits. To some extent, this seems to drive corporate tax rates down. Global policymakers are worried what's going to happen in the future. And that means that, okay, let's try to coordinate this in some way. And there's been a long political process over many years trying to figure out new frameworks for how to deal with this. And this has been spearheaded by the OECD and the G20 under the Base Erosion Profit Shifting, or BEPS program. So this whole literature and people here really love coming up with new terms and lots of abbreviations. I'm going to try to limit them, but some of them I think are useful to know if you do further studies here. So they initiated this large way to reform the global system. And originally there were two big ideas called Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. And Pillar 1 was about changing the rules of which countries can tax a given profit. So let's say Facebook has customers in Sweden. That means in some way that some value is created in Sweden, but Facebook has also headquarters someplace else. Imagine they were in Belgium. Should Sweden or Belgium get to tax these profits? That's really what Pillar 1 is about. Pillar 1 is, as far as I know, basically not moving along anymore. But thankfully, there's another pillar, so I have something to talk about. And this is the Pillar 2, which is basically a floor on the corporate income tax, or a minimum corporate income tax. And there's been a lot of action recently. And most noticeably, there's a new EU directive that implements this. This has also been implemented in other countries, or about to be implemented, Colombia, Japan, South Korea. So there's a lot of action going on here. So it's important, so this is already happening in the world, and it's important to understand what's going on here, what are the likely effects. So I'm going to focus a bit on the EU minimum corporate tax, which is based on the rules provided by the OECD, which are not completely done, which means there's a lot of uncertainty exactly how is this going to look like from the OECD, how is this going to be interpreted, and then how is this going to be implemented in the different EU countries. But I think it's fair to say that we can safely summarize the basic details of how, the basic idea of how this works. So the core idea is quite simple, is that all large firms should pay at least 15% in taxes, so 50% of their profits, in countries where they have substantial economic activity. And there are details exactly how these things are defined that I don't think are important right now. And there are basically different ways this can be done, and there's an priority order. And the most important one is the qualified domestic minimum top-up tax, QDMTT. So now you learn what QDMTT is. So what is that? So it says that a country can determine that. So let's say Sweden can determine that Sweden should levy if there is a firm active in Sweden that qualifies to these rules, and they don't pay 15%, then the Swedish government can say we're going to take a top-up tax, so they pay 15%. And now, if there is a country that does not introduce this, let's say there's a Swedish firm that has active in, let's say, the Netherlands, and the Netherlands would not introduce this rule, then the Swedish government will then instead have to use the income inclusion rule, or IIR, which means that the Swedish government should then take the remainder of, let's say the firm pays 10%, then Sweden should take 5 percentage point more in taxes and take home to Sweden. I'm going to have a picture soon to show how this works. So either it's taxed in the host country or it's going to be taxed in the source country. And if the host country decides to have this QDMTT rule, it's going to take precedence over this rule. There are definitely a lot of details around here. So for instance, the policymakers recognize that a lot of business is not simply profit shifting, so their firms are allowed to deduct a fraction of the material assets and payroll expenses before you calculate the tax rate, substance carve-out. There are also additional provisions here, such as safe harbor rules, which could exempt firms that plausibly would not meet the standards to fall under these rules, and then it would not have to do all this costly reporting to the tax authorities. So here's a little picture that tried to visualize how it works. So here is a firm it's a subsidiary firm in country A, and it has a parent company in country B. And then you ask, after all these deductions and stuff, is the tax rate above or below 15%? If it's above 50%, then it's good. If it's below 15%, then you would ask, does this country has a qualified domestic minimum top-up tax? Yes or no. If it has one, then the country will levy a top-up tax to 15%. And if it doesn't, then the country of the parent, let's imagine it's called country B, will instead levy this top-up tax. So the firm will have to pay to the country of the mother or parent company. So we're going to see two interesting things here. First, there's going to be this tension, right? Which country is going to tax which firms, which in a way reminds us of Pillar 1, which already had this dimension. And two, no matter where you end up, the money ends up, the firm is going to have to pay 15% taxes anyway. So it's going to increase the tax burden of the firm. Okay, so that's the minimum tax very much in brief. There's much more details, but I think this is really the essence you need to know for this talk. If you're interested, you can go either to the OECD model rules, the EU directive itself, or for the Swedes, there is this Swedish government reports how to implement this in Sweden. They're all very interesting, but they're also all very long and very complicated. So coming back to economics. Okay, so how should we think a little bit more principally about harmonizing taxes in the EU? And the first thing is that, as we learned, corporate taxes are mobile. And taxes in one country affect the incentives of politicians in some other country. And yes, this does also give incentives to have a good business environment to attract foreign investments. We also risk these excessive tax cuts, the race to the bottom that I showed before. So then harmonizing within EU might be a good thing. Well, harmonizing with the EU risks that firms move out of the EU someplace else, depending, of course, on how important do we think the EU is as a market. And probably in many cases, firms are going to stay in the EU and pay these taxes, but that risk still exists there. And it's also good to remember that there are other ways you can coordinate. You can have information exchange, which is already happening, both corporate and personal wealth and income taxes. So you don't need to, the home country can still know of the activities of the firm. You can also introduce a common way of calculating the tax base, meaning it will be more difficult to use differences in rules to simply use these differences in rules to reduce your tax burden. And of course, some kind of minimum corporate tax. And lots of references again. I think the key takeaway is simply that there have been initiatives earlier to curb profit shifting, and by and large, they seem to be at least moderately successful. The US has done some initiatives earlier to make it more difficult to firms to profit shift, and that seems to have reduced profit shifting. Different disclosure rules in Europe has also made firms more willing to take back income. Of course, at some way, if we increase corporate taxes, we might, have less investment on the global scale. And the OECD and EMF has calculated some of that as well. So there's definitely, a downside to this. So then one of the big questions is, will this reduce tax competition? That's the purpose of these policy proposals to begin with. And to some extent, I think we can expect that tax differentials between high tax and low tax countries will decrease. And this should benefit Sweden because Sweden is a high tax country. But of course, as I mentioned, there are risks that firms move outside the EU. And at the same time, even under this system, there are ways for low tax countries to offer various forms of tax rebates or similar schemes to firms if they want to attract foreign direct investment or firms to move there. So it's not this is not like a waterproof way to end all tax competition. But I think it's fair to say that this is definitely going to reduce the tensions in the current system. I think it's also worth mentioning that, all these new reports that we have to submit to tax authorities, they're gonna, introduce administrative costs for firms. Lawyers, accountants, consultants, IT systems. And for the Swedish government report estimates costs of up to 1 billion SEK annually. Also, if there are high administrative fees and vague rules, this also introduces uncertainty for firms. Do they risk having these penalty fees just because they misrepresented some report from, let's say, South Korea? So these are concerns we have to think about, and ideally you want reporting costs to be low. Ideally, if we reduce the incentives for tax competition, maybe firms can also spend less on tax lawyers, and so maybe the net costs are not as high. But we'll have to see. But there are definitely downsides to this. So then, tax revenue effects. Will there be more money in the government's coffers? The short answer is who knows. But of course, there are people that try to estimate this. OECD, you have done like global estimates, there are also EU estimates, a little bit for Sweden. This is difficult to predict at many reasons. There's insufficient data. We don't really know the details of the rules. We also don't know how countries exactly what they will implement. We also don't know exactly how firms will behave. So, this needs to be taken with a grain of salt. But on the global scale, estimates suggest that Pillar 2 can raise corporate income taxes by 5 to 10%. And it's, if you think they're erring too low or too high, that's up to you, but that's what I think the best estimates are today. Also been for the EU, roughly 50 billion euros. So even if you think this is erring on the high side, there's still a lot of money involved for governments here. And given how much time has been devoted by all these global institutions, I think it's fair to say that at least some people believe there's a lot of money involved here. Now, what about Sweden then? So remember that Swedish firms mostly profit shift within the EU, and other EU countries are likely going to introduce this top QD MTT rule, because otherwise they would be leaving money on the table. So that mean there's not that much money left for the Swedish government. So If all money that was profit shifted would be able for the Swedish government, we would end up, and abstracting away if firms would change their investment behavior as a consequence of this, you would end up with like the blue bar would be roughly on the order of, let's say, 2 billion euros, dollars here. And now there are these estimates, okay, but that's not available because of this QDMTT rule. And then you have one report that suggests it's still around 15 billion euros. The Swedish government report is much more pessimistic. It's the green bar down here. It's roughly, let's say, 50 million euros or 500 million crowns. And I guess the truth is somewhere in between here, but exactly where it is very difficult to know. But I don't think that, as I said before, there's very much uncertainty. We shouldn't stare blindly at these numbers. And I don't think that's the most interesting takeaway anyway from here is that, okay, it's not maybe about, money in the coffers today. So, yeah, I basically said this. One thing to take in mind is that, given, as I mentioned, that they have this rule priority, so under the initial draft of the rules, where this QDMTT was missing, which means that the Swedish government would probably have been able to gain much more money, because that means Swedish firms profit shifting abroad would be taxed in Sweden. Now they're going to be taxed someplace else, Netherlands, Luxembourg, Ireland, which means the Swedish government loses out on this change in the policy system. All right, so some concluding thoughts. So thank you for listening, and I hope you've learned a little bit about this. So what are the key points I want you to take with you? So changes in technology and institutions have spurred how multinationals operate. And current estimates suggest they profit shift hundreds of billions of dollars to low-tax countries. And governments have responded, lowering corporate tax rates. Now there's a project to instead coordinate corporate taxes. And European policymakers have now introduced this new directive with a minimum corporate tax. And there are similar ideas in other countries as well. We will see how well it will work to reduce tax competition and exactly which actors will gain and lose. Let's say that the Swedish coffers won't probably increase that much in the coming years. But I think that the big point is, okay, now there's introducing new rules that are changing the rules of the game, and I think that's where the interesting part is. So we have to keep monitoring development and see what's going on. And now it's time for the broader public debate about how do we want these rules to look like? Do we want to change anything? Do we think that is 50% too much or too low? Or do we need to make it simpler for people to understand? So thank you very much for listening.
And thank you, Emil. Now they have some sound issues. But as I said, I think you've done a great job to make this complex issue very much more comprehensible. But I will take the liberty of asking the first question. That is, why is it really this complex? And does it have to be this complex? Which puzzles me.
Yeah. No, it is very complex. And as you might imagine, it's much more complex than what I made it look like. And I think there are two ways. I mean, it has to be complex because reality is very complex. And how do you even think about huge firms? They have businesses everywhere. So it has to be complex. But I don't think it has to be this complex. I mean, it's also a political process that has been negotiated for many years by hundreds of countries. So without having inside knowledge, political processes usually tend to make things more complicated because no one wants to be a loser. So I think there should probably be a way to make it easier, but that's maybe not politically feasible.
Because I think you said somewhere that when it was started this work, it was more easy, but then as the negotiation goes on, it becomes more and more complex. Is that so?
Yeah, that's my reading at least. When you look at the earlier documents, it looks like the system was much cleaner, and then when you read the later documents, there are more and more additions and more details coming along. Maybe that was planned from the beginning, but it seems that the rules get more and more complicated as time goes along, and maybe someone in the room knows why. But
and then you also showed us the revenue estimates, and the Swedish investigation shows this tiny little green bar in 15 million euros. If it is this low, why should we even do it?
No, but I think that as I said, I think the most important thing here, even from a Swedish perspective, is not the revenue estimate, but is that Sweden as country probably has to gain from there being some form of framework that limits excessive tax competition. Because if low tax countries need to increase their taxes, then Sweden is going to become more competitive or more attractive country to invest in. So there are definitely gains from Sweden that are probably not captured here.
Mm-hmm. And then you often hear in the Swedish debate that we should not hand over competence of a taxation to the European Union. That is a dangerous path to go. What do you say to that? Do we not give any competence on taxation to the EU today?
I mean, at some sense, that's a judgment issue how much competence you want to give to the EU, but it's good to remember that this is not the first time EU has regulated tax issues. We have been harmonizing VAT, so MOMS, for a very long time, and they have this how you should treat dividends between subsidiaries and corporate groups in EU has been regulated. There are already measures against tax avoidance in the EU. So while this is a big step, it's more the continuation of something that has been going on for a long time.
So when we hear Pandora's box will be opened, it's already open? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Pandora's box is already open.
Okay. So there's also a little bit of worry here in Sweden that some say this is a backdoor to Pillar 1. How do you see that? I mean, we want the floor, but Pillar 1 is more controversial in the Swedish debate. What's your view on that?
Yeah, exactly. So Pillar 2 was the floor, and Pillar 1 was about which country is going to be able to tax which profits. And I mean, it's difficult to predict the future, right? But I think the important difference here is that Pillar 2 there are many countries that would benefit from Pillar 2, so this should be a larger coalition behind this, whereas Pillar 1 is much more controversial because it's more about redistribution within the EU. So sure, the framework is in place, so maybe things are going to move along, but at the same time, there's a very different coalition behind these, so I don't think we need to be that worried. But maybe I'm too optimistic here.
And you also show the graph of the decline in corporate taxation rates. Would this put an end to it? And is it enough, or do we need to do more to stop this race to the bottom?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. I mean, even with this, so first we have to think, how much will these rules be introduced globally? Like, what kind of rules will the US introduce? So now first step is EU and some other countries. There are still going to be ways in this for countries to offer good, indirectly reduce taxes. So just looking at the statutory corporate tax rates, it's not going to be enough. So if you want to stop the race to the bottom, you have to do more.
Okay. I think maybe that will be your final words. And thank you very much for an excellent presentation.
Great, and thank you everybody for listening.
Yes, and now we will rearrange here for the panel. So for you online, at 10, we will start with the panel. And for us in the room, we can have a short coffee while we do that. So thank you so much, Emil. Hold on. And we're back live. And we have a big and very good panel, so we had a few extra minutes to get them all in on the spot. And I will introduce them in the order of speaking. So first I have Michael Damberg. Michael Damberg, you are the former finance minister and also now vice chair of the Parliamentary Committee for Finance. You're welcome.
Thank you.
And Edward Riedel, you are the chair of that committee in the parliament. And it's also your friends in government who are in the finance department who are responsible for these issues at the moment. And Klaus Mikael Ståhl, you're a vice general secretary for the European Trade Union Confederation, the ETUC. Warm welcome here.
Thank you very much.
And Séverine Picard, you are a tax expert, and you're also a coordinator for a network of trade unions that organize around this issue.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And Eleanor Odeberg, you are the chief economist for the think tank Arena Idea, a progressive think tank here in Sweden, who's been vocal on these issues as well. And last but not least, Göran, you introduced yourself before, but you are the president of SACO. So welcome everyone. And the plan for today here is that I give each of you 5 minutes from the questions around the general topic, and then we will have a discussion where I have some follow-up questions, and you know the rules. So Michael, please, when you see this report and the figures, what do you think?
First of all, thank you very much also to SACO for introducing this debate in Sweden. I think we haven't really had a big debate on these issues in Sweden, and this is a big thing, both globally and in Europe right now. And to start from a different perspective, Sweden is a relatively small country, only 10 million people, with a large impact in the world. We have huge corporates, companies working all over the globe, a huge export industry. Half of the Swedish GDP is export. So for us, an open economy, these issues are very relevant. That's why we in Sweden, with different governments, have always been also looking at the corporate taxation system in Sweden to have it being competitive. So it is still a tax base, but still in a competitive way in a global perspective, so we can also develop our industry in the long term. But I must say that this negotiations in the OECD and the G20 was a big success. There's been a debate for a very long time that some countries are actually using taxation as a mean for introducing tax avoidance, tax evasions, to actually heading a debate that actually can result to a race to the bottom when it comes to taxation. That's no one stand to gain from that. So I think this was a global success to actually introduce this kind of agreement. And now for Europe to introduce it, I think it's good if we make a common agenda on this and actually have joint decisions, so we don't have different playing fields inside the European Union. I think that's a great advantage. I found it interesting to see the different numbers on Sweden. Actually, I must follow up that a bit to see how have we calculated the results of the taxation different from other bodies and other organizations. But in the long run, it's not, I think, the revenues that are the big thing here. It is again to avoid tax evasion globally, to actually see the big picture. OECD, I think, calculated 150 billion US dollar is lost by this system today. And I think that's the big picture, and that I think Sweden stand to gain if we raise the floor and actually have a relatively better position afterwards than before. I think that's the big gain from a Swedish perspective. Although I must say, when we implement these rules, it will be important to also, in the long run, look at how is the rule made out? How complicated is it? How much administration and burden will there be when you implement these kind of systems? Because I think with the large corporations in Sweden, they will have some jobs to do to actually fulfill their new obligations. Although if everyone does it, it's not as big thing, but of course that's a big thing for the companies themselves. But in the big picture, I think that was a great success. I think we should keep the pressure up to actually also deliver on the results in the OECD and the common framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Keep the pressure up. And Edward, what are your thoughts on this?
We have one microphone.
Yes.
Thank you for the invitation first. I will try to do my best in English, so you have to keep up. Some words I may invent during the course of the day, but I'll do my best. I do not think we have a lot of differences in Sweden in regard how we see this, actually. I think a lot of the pros and the cons are looked similarly, regardless of what party we represent in the Swedish context. And I think this is a good thing to avoid a race to the bottom in terms of corporate tax. We can see within the EU we have a country near Great Britain that are using this possibility to have low corporate tax as a way to attract companies in that sense. And actually the current Swedish corporate tax has been lowered in several steps, so we are a bit higher than the floor, but the taxation of corporate earnings is still high in the European standard, but lower than before. When we see together with the capital gain taxes and the income tax many small business owners have to pay, this has a negative effect on entrepreneurship and on Sweden's international competitiveness. Even towards other countries in the European Union. Other issues is that the tax system is overly complicated, leading to administrative burden, which this proposed new tax harmonization won't help with. Actually, that's one of the big problems, actually, that will be a lot of bureaucracy in the companies that are now the 100 plus 20 companies in Sweden that will be affected in the second pillar. They will have a lot of new bureaucracy burdens in regard to that. This new harmonization will have some benefits for the Swedish tax system, and it will decrease the incentives to move corporations from Sweden to countries with lower corporate tax, and that is a good thing. We had a lot of problems in the 1980s, and actually one decade before that, a lot of big Swedish owner and companies left Sweden, and the tax base got a little smaller, and that's a problem. I think I will come back later during this debate, but it's a good thing that we can have a floor, and I think that will help countries like Sweden, and the corporate tax race to the bottom hopefully will end with this new legislation, and that's a good thing for us.
Thank you so much. And Klaus Mikael, what's your European perspective on this?
Yeah, my
when you hear this.
Could I use this one, or it's not working?
Yeah, you get the thumbs up from producer.
It's working. Good, very good. So yes, a European perspective on this. Actually, I was going to take a trade union perspective.
That's even better.
And the trade union perspective is that what we're discussing here is very similar to the basic issues that we face as trade unions. How to deal with the insiders and outsiders. How do you make it less profitable to be outside and more profitable to be inside a regulation, a collective agreement, or it might be a tax, corporate tax scheme like this. I'm not an economist, I should say that, but listening to Emil, and you made me think about Elinor Ostrom and the tragedy of the commons, and I think that's the background setting here is really what happens when we don't act in a collectively rational way. And what we see now, finally, is that the world is coming together and acting in a collectively rational way, and that's a good thing coming from a European perspective. I like Star Wars. I'm not sure if everyone's doing that, but then you've seen The Mandalorian, the recent one, and they have this motto. They say, "This is the way." This is the way. And I would like to say that this is the way that we're looking at, because we need more of that. We need more of European and global tax coordination. not less. And the winners, it's going to be countries with ambitions, countries like Sweden. Countries with ambitions in welfare ambitions, with ambitions on the labor market, because what we also see is that in companies that pay taxes, they also bargain collectively. So no paying of taxes, less interest in collective bargaining. So this is the way. This is the way. You're not going to see this Mandalorian now without thinking about me saying this is the way. That's good. One could also discuss this from a moral perspective or an interest perspective, whether we should have companies that don't pay any taxes or very low taxes. I don't think it's a moral problem. I think it's a real interest problem, because these companies, our societies will not keep up together, because it's bad for workers, it's bad for companies at large, business society, it's bad for citizens, and it's only good for a very few group of men that like to fly to their own private jets. They're very good off. But apart from that, we're all bad off with companies that don't pay any taxes. ETUC have argued for a higher level of corporate taxes, 25%. But now I'm with a lot of people that are economists, so I'm comfortable to say this. 15% of something is always more than 100% of nothing. So I think that's good to carry in mind. But I do think that 15 we think that it's too low. It should be 25, and we'll see what the future carries. I want to finally end with I'm not sure if this is for the discussion, but I'll put it in now. We need less house cats too. Mm-hmm. And what do I mean with that? Well, house cats, they usually don't think that much about the environment that they're living in. They take the system for granted. And I do think that we have too many countries, too many states that don't take the system they're functioning and working within in a serious manner. So we need less house cats. We need cats that now gets out and do more of this kind of cooperation and create a world that we can live in together. And I would be very happy to see the Swedish politicians here, coming from a country with ambitions in the welfare state, getting on top of things and show the way. This is the way.
Thank you. And Severin, what do you think about this? Why is this harming workers when we...
Yes, thank you, Simon. Is it? Yeah, I think it's okay. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Severin Picard. I'm a lawyer. I'm also a trade unionist, and I'm the coordinator of a network of unions active on tax justice issues. This is a fairly recent network, which is growing very fast. We currently have 30 trade unions, members of that network across 4 continents. We meet on a very regular basis to discuss tax advocacy or concerns about corporate tax avoidance and what to deal with this. And I'm very happy that the Swedish unions are part of this collective effort. So there is indeed a growing interest in corporate tax issue, because corporate tax avoidance, Simon, yes, it does harm workers, and it harms workers in many ways. Obviously, as we all know, corporate tax avoidance involves huge amounts of money. This has been said by Emil earlier on. Huge amount of money that could be used to have more balanced public budget, that could be used to finance our public services, and that could be used for redistributive policies that workers are calling for. But this is not the only way in which corporate tax avoidance harm workers. There are even more direct ways in which this affects us. So when I started working on corporate tax issues, people would often tell me, but it is in your interest, you as a worker, that your company pays less taxes, because if the company pays less taxes, there's more money in it for you, for the workers, right? In fact, this is not how it's working in practice. The way it's working is that you have 2 ways in which you can lower your tax bill as a corporation. One is that you reinvest your profits into capacities, into employment, into research and innovation, into good jobs. You reinvest your profits, you lower your tax bills. And that's what we trade unions want. But what is happening today with many large corporations is precisely the opposite. And the second way in which you're going to reduce your tax bill is you're going to shift your profits. You're going to shift your corporate profits to low tax jurisdiction, to tax havens. You're going to shift them in places where they are hidden and where they're going to benefit no one, except from the shareholders. So in those companies that have aggressive tax planning, we see that there is very little liquidities left for the day-to-day sustainable business models. Even if workers contribute to a rather profitable way, even if the company itself is profitable and healthy, there is very poor financial accounts simply because the liquidities are taken out, and there is little money left on which we are going to bargain. So there is no magic money tree, we are often told, because there is no money left. But it's not because the company is not profitable or sustainable. It's because corporate tax avoidance regularly take all those profits out of those companies and take it away from where we are, the workforce. Also, and that I think is very relevant for Sweden as a country with strong workers' participation rights, when we want to address the issue, negotiate with management, we can't. We can't because tax avoidance practices involve a series of letterbox practices and shell entities and super complex corporate group structures. And so when we want to talk to the person who's making the decision, that person is not here. So a Swedish trade union cannot negotiate with senior management because senior management is no longer in Sweden. We don't even know where it is. It's just hidden behind a layer of shell entities and all sort of artificial structure. So all this to say, and I think Klaus Michael, you said it as well, when you are a bad taxpayer, very often you are also a bad employer. When we make this point to our government officials, asking for stronger corporate tax rules, what they're telling us is this very often. They say, I agree with you, you have a point. But my hands are tied. I cannot fix the corporate rules. I cannot increase the corporate tax rate. Because if I do it, and I heard this morning again, if I do it, the capital, the corporations are going to flee to other countries. They're going to another member states. And ultimately, we are going to lose out as a country. Now, I'm sure we'll come back to this in the conversation. I think this link between tax competition and real investment is really questionable. But beyond that, this is the effort that we're making as a trade union movement when we set up this network of unions for tax justice across the 4 continents. We trade unions are now coordinating our messages and our policy advocacy activities so that each of us, when we address you, when we address your government representatives, we come to you with the same coordinated message across all countries. We need to fix the broken corporate tax rules. We want stronger rules. And we don't want this race to the bottom anymore. What we want is that we want a race to the top, a virtuous circle. I think that's how your economists call it. So we need more coordination and we need more ambition. 3 policy priorities for us. 1, tax transparency. It is no longer tenable that we do not know how much our corporations are earning in profits, where they are paying taxes, and how much taxes they are paying. We need to know this, to have this information, because this is essential for a collective bargaining strategy. And it's also quite essential to face companies with their responsibility. First demand, tax transparency. Second demand, this Klaus Michael has said it, we want to have a 25% effective corporate tax rate. 15% is better than 0%, I get it, but it's still quite under the effective tax rate average for the OECD countries, which ranges between 20 and 25%. So with a 15% floor, you still have room for competition, but that's not the main issue. The main issue for us is that if a nurse, if an employee is paying 25% out of their wages in taxes, then it's quite fair that a corporation should pay at the very least 25% out of their corporate profits as well. And the third demand is that we believe that the current transfer pricing rules are one of the major reasons, not the only reason, but one of the major reasons for the problems that we have today. We think it doesn't make much sense that profits are taxed where the companies declare them. Corporate profits should be taxed where they arise, where economic value is created. And so we are demanding a deep rethinking of the current rules towards more unitary taxation. These are the 3 policy priorities we have as a movement. As I said, it's a global coordination that we're putting in place now, and hopefully we will have more of these events in various countries, in countries that matter for decision making, because we do need to increase our visibility. Corporate tax rule can no longer be, and I'm just going to finish with that, Simon, corporate tax rules can no longer be a niche issue. It can no longer be hijacked by a small group of tax advisors and corporations. There is a strong society interest in it. We need to know what we're talking about. Things don't have to be that complicated, Emil. Rules can be much easier to understand and to communicate, and that's what we're looking for with this network.
Thank you. Elinor, what do you think?
Thank you for the invitation, first of all. I would like to start with taking a step back on why we need taxation in the first place and where we are right now. We are just coming out of the pandemic. We are facing a cost of living crisis. We have a geopolitical threat with the war in Ukraine that has shook Europe to its core. And we also have a climate crisis that is imminent. And all these issues demand financing. Demand financing for welfare, they demand financing for defense, and for climate investments. This forces political leaders to act. And I think we are in an interesting systemic shift here, where these institutions, the OECD, IMF, also the European Union, have been strong advocates of trickle-down economics not so long ago, pro-market, pro-business solutions. And this is actually a first step in a long time where we're seeing proposals put forward that profit workers rather than the executive boards and the corporate elites. So I think that whether I also agree on the percentage points, and we could also talk about the base that is included in this proposal, but it's an important step forward. And what this is really it's evening the playing field for companies. So you compete, both states and corporations can compete on products developments, on their services, rather than who has the most advanced tax scheme, or what state can offer the most attractive low taxation. And this also benefits an economy like Sweden, where we have a very educated population. We put a lot of money and resources into investments and capital-intensive products. So this is beneficial for us as an economy. So you shouldn't stare yourself blind on these revenue calculations for Sweden, because I think in evening out this playing field, this would benefit the Swedish economy as a whole. Another important point, which comes back to the financing needs in the European Union as a whole, is that we as an economy with low state budget and very strong fiscal rules, we are the ones that are bailing out rather than being bailed out in the European context. So when there's proposals like this put forward, which actually strengthens the financing through taxation rather than loans, which would increase deficits, not to mention in southern European countries, Italy most acutely. That also means that the risk of Sweden having to bail out or pay higher membership fees through the European Union in the long run also decreases. So that's also an important point. It strengthens the financing needs also for Sweden in that sense. And there's also a lot of resources, I think, if you look at this from an academic perspective, that are spent now in companies to finding these tax schemes, which could actually be spent on trying to develop products instead. So I think from an academic worker's perspective, this is also good news. And I also want to underline what Severin is saying with the how we're seeing that corporations that are avoiding taxes, they are not the best employers either. So that's a very important point to make. And then, of course, that what the taxes finance, welfare, social services, education, which brings our countries together and strengthens equality, is obviously very important from a worker's perspective. So that's, I'll fill in the discussion, but I think this is a big step forward, and then we could talk about the base, and we should tune up the percentage points, but it's going in the right direction.
Thank you, Elinor. And Göran, please.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you, Emil, for a very interesting report, and thank you all for coming here today. Well, last week I was I had a birthday. I was 64 years old, so I'm perhaps one of
Congratulations.
the oldest here in the room. And of course, when you think back, you can see that the trends are shifting in the long run. And I'm very much a child of the Cold War. And when I was young, everything was regulated, very highly regulated. And then we saw the pendulum go to deregulations. But now in the environment that you were in, speaking about, Eleanor, with a war going on in Europe and with the pandemic that just as we just come out of, and we also see very high demands on the welfare systems all over Europe, I should say, and also with an economy with high inflation and cost crisis and energy crisis. Now I can see that the pendulum is coming back towards more regulations. And as you said earlier, much is said, but I think that have a level playing field for the companies is very good for the Swedish companies, because as you said also that we should compete on high quality products, high quality services, not where you have your tax, where you're paying your taxes. So I also think that this is a good idea. We can always discuss on the percentages. I think this is a good thing for Sweden. I think it's a good thing for the Swedish companies, and I also think it's a good thing for Swedish workers that this comes in place. As Emil said, this is not perfect. There are problems with such regulations, and my experience is that I have never seen new regulations making less work for experts in the companies. I always seen that there are new jobs for our members in big companies. Although I would agree on it would be better that they worked on better products instead of working on tax aviations. I have just one thing, could it be a run for 15% if this comes in place? That all the European nations go for 15%, that would be a risk for the Swedish tax system, and we would have less revenues from companies. That could be a risk that I see. But on the whole, I think this is a good idea. I think it's a first step, but we have to do it to finance all that we need together. Welfare systems, defense, and we also need good working environment for our members. Thank you.
Thank you, Göran. And you're all very disciplined, so you've kept your time, which I'm very happy for as a moderator. And I think you asked the first question, Göran, for actually two politicians here. Will this be a raise to 15%? And I also ask you too, because we have some voices here saying that this is good, but it's really not enough. And what do you answer them? So, Edward, if you're first out, please.
Of course, that's not. I can see that we will have a shift down to 15%. That's probably the case, but actually, it would be less difficult to see that in regard to some countries today have much lower corporate taxes. So the need to raise down to 15% may be less than today. But I think when you harmonize this corporate tax, there will be some shift down to 15%. I think we will see that. But we compete in a lot of things, both in the tax system and in the welfare system and the infrastructure for companies to put their businesses in a country. So you have income tax, for example, that will still be one factor between countries to compete with. You have VAT, of course, in the consumer part that will affect some of these things. And I tried to find the English word for aktieutdelningar.
Dividends.
Dividends.
Yeah.
Thank you. for taxation on the dividends. So you have a lot of things that are still not regulated that will affect where companies will have their headquarters and so on. So that's one thing. But another important issue is, of course, a welfare state has many advantages in regard to companies to have the worker force in a country with a welfare state, and of course infrastructure from the physical one to the non-physical one. You have a low corruption, for example, in a country like Sweden. So all in all, this is a step forward, and I think Sweden will gain from this step forward actually. So that's a good thing. But of course we have a lot of problems. Even if you will have some more members working with the bureaucracy in the companies, that's not a good thing actually. But that will be one of the downside of this one.
I'm not totally convinced that a floor absolutely drives it down to the floor. I don't really see the logic in that, because you can see we have had a downshift in this taxation already before this. So what the possibility to actually gain is bigger in the recent system than the new system, because you could do even more gains by being an outlier in this to actually gain than capital or investments in your country. So I not see it's an absolute logic in that. I see in most European countries, not like Sweden actually, we have quite strong public finances. Most European countries don't. And struggle on the other hand to get the finance of their welfare state today. So now in the logic to actually going out of the pandemic, we have the price shock, to actually now for a politician in any countries to make that kind of priority before, if they should lower taxation, I think income tax would be higher on the agenda for a politician to get elected. So perhaps right now there is a different kind of logic that people are very pushed by the high prices, and that might be a higher priorities also for governments that have the possibility to decrease taxation. So I'm not certain that this will be the first taxation to pinpoint. But I must say that you have to get this done as well. We talk about that it's finished. To actually get the international agreement delivered, I think will be very important. So European has a leadership in this to actually make the decision to make it finalized, to see it does work, and we fulfill our international obligations, and also put pressure on those who perhaps will hesitate or will slow down the process. I think Europe has a real challenge to actually deliver on this as well, to make other countries to fulfill their promises on this. So, but some countries might want to lower their taxation, but they've done it before and they could do it again. But I don't think that there is a absolute logic that this should happen right now. I think the challenges for many countries are on different levels right now.
Thank you. So you both from the two big parties here in Sweden, and you're very much positive to this, I would say. But what the view from Brussels? I mean, Klaus Michael, you hear Sweden's position in these negotiations over time. How has Sweden acted historically in these taxation issues? Do you have anything to say on that?
Yeah, I'll start with just a comment on what you just said. I think it's interesting to see, because we talk about level playing field. And I think Europe is very much about creating level playing fields in Europe. And when I arrived in Brussels 2 years ago, it was just at the startup of the TTC with the Americans, the Trade and Technology Council, which is a very important structure for creating level playing fields in a number of different areas. I'm not sure if taxes are involved actually, but no. So I think what we do matters, and that's what I reacted to, because it's not a given if you have let's say that you establish now like 15%. It's not a given if you go from that it should go to 15 from 25. Only if you decide so. So Edward, if you so want, then it's good. But then you should say that you want it to go down. That's another thing. But there's no natural law. There's no Newton's law that says that the apple will fall down to 15%. So just to be clear about that. If you want so, yes. But then one should say so. Because I don't think that companies are like Pavlov's dogs that just any little change in something will make. Some will do in some areas, but most companies they won't move. No, on taxes from in the Brussels context. What I understand and what I hear is that there is a bit strange. One would say that Sweden are not more engaged in tax issues, being one of the potential winners of having more tax coordination taking place in Brussels, creating more floors like this, also in other areas where one could see that one could avoid competition. So what I hear from colleagues in Brussels is a bit strange that Swedes are not more engaged in these issues. But now we have this seminar. It's a good start, and I do think from a European perspective, I hope to have more engaged Swedes in European affairs in general, but also in this area.
Yeah, so I had a reply from Edward and then Michael.
I had to provoke them a bit.
I did not say that there were the Swedish government's will to go down to 15%. But I think when you create the floor, there are actually, like Mikael Damberg said, less incentives to lower the taxes than today. And we see a lot of countries, like Mikael Damberg said, who need more taxes to do both in the welfare system and so forth. But always when you create a floor, you create something that will move towards the floor. That's all I say. But we will see in the future if that will be the case or not. And like I said earlier, you have not only the corporate tax that affect where companies put their headquarters and production and so on. There are a lot of things in the tax system that actually have the impact on the company's decision to do one thing or another. And we have other things that, for example, Sweden are beneficial from. We have a good welfare state, we have good infrastructure, low corruption and so on. And all of these things are also things that corporates have to take in consideration when they put their headquarters and the production. So I didn't say that the government's agenda is to lower the tax for the corporate tax, but I think we might see raise down to 15% in Europe, but we will see.
Okay.
The future will tell.
Thank you.
May I answer the other question? How has Swedish government acted in Brussels when it comes to taxation? I think it's important to understand that this is also a historic legacy of our entry into the European Union, how we see our welfare state and the possibility to decide on our own for taxation. Sometimes Swedes are a bit annoyed that southern European countries always think that Europe can solve all their questions. If you want a welfare system, you have to convince your citizens that they should pay taxes. Someone will have to pay taxes. And that's why we think that if Europe decides on taxes above our head and we're not involved, they might decide on taxation that are not perfectly matched on the Swedish economy. Then we have harder to defend the taxes to the citizens. If the taxation is done in a bad way, we can have a kind of dangerous discussion that Brussels had decided to do this, but it's not smart for us. So I think still there is argument for us to have the decision on taxation on the national level. But in some cases, when it comes to the single market, when it comes to tax evasion, there are logics that sometimes you should go together and make decisions at a whole in European Union, but not on everything on taxation, because then we say that Europe should decide on our welfare state, and that's a big discussion for Sweden to take, because we have higher ambition than most European countries when it comes to financing the welfare state. And if we let Europe decide on taxation, and we feel they make the wrong decision, then it will be harder to uphold the welfare system. But I understand there is a kind of both sides on this, because I do agree, tax evasion, the single market, then there might be arguments for joint action, but not in all taxation questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Eleanor, you wanted to respond.
Yes, well, I mean, this issue is really about who is to pay for these needs that we identify as society, and how should we share the financing burdens. And as of now, workers are seeing real wages declining, and at the same time, they are, in percentage of their income, paying, contributing the most to these welfare systems that also benefit the corporations. I mean, they get educated workforce, they get paid sick insurance, and as in the Swedish case, hospital care, schools, that they, as corporations, don't have to pay for, because that is included in the welfare system. So corporations get huge benefits from the welfare system without contributing enough, especially not in comparison to workers. And I think it is also important to say that we're not solving the problem of tax evasion through making the absolute most profitable multinational companies pay at a minimum 15% tax. That's like it's a, how do you say, hygien factor, a hygienic sanitary factor. So that's something that's important to say, and I think the real issue of tax evasion is that in between, and Emil touched upon this when he presented his report, is between income and profits, and the shifting of employments into private companies, and that is a real issue in Sweden also. And I look forward to you, Edward Riedel, to face this issue with the 312 rules, for example, which is really creating a race to the bottom, and also making it very profitable to go from being an employed doctor, for example, to being a private company. And I would also say that this potential risk of a race to the bottom, and viewing these 15% as a ceiling rather than a floor, I mean, that is political. And I would say that most countries are going in these discussions with the ambition of raising tax revenue rather than the opposite, in light of these financing needs. And I also here look forward to Edward Riedel and the government to be a positive force in these discussions, as just a year ago you were opposed to this issue in the Swedish parliament. So I'm very happy to see this shift, because it's important to realize these financing needs that we have, not to least in the defense sector.
Thank you. Severin, we had some EU debate here with some energy.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I want to thank Elinor for making the case about equity between what a worker pays in taxes on its wages and what corporations are paying. It's a very extremely important point to keep in mind in our debate. And very quickly on the issue of tax sovereignty, I think we have to be careful of perhaps oversimplifying things, which I tend to do as a trade unionist, but still, when it comes to corporate tax, Sweden would precisely lose its tax sovereignty by not coordinating the rules at European level and international level, because multinational enterprises do not know any border. So if Sweden is not part of a coordinated effort, then Sweden is going to lose its say as to where and how much their corporations should be paying taxes. So it's precisely the Europeanization of the topic that's going to save, if I may say, it's going to save Swedish tax sovereignty. On the potential race to the bottom to 15%, I'm not convinced it's going to happen. I think what the minimum tax is going to do is to reduce the intensity of profit shifting. So you would have profit shifting still, but within, let's say, a more defined framework. But what I'm worried about is that tax havens are going to rely on other type of incentives to continue attracting capital. I think we are starting to see that in some EU tax havens. So we have to be quite vigilant here. It's not just about corporate tax, it's a whole philosophy as to what type of tax systems do we want, and is it really the tool that we want to attract capital. So just be careful, not narrowly focus on the 15% rate. Also see what type of behavioral response governments are going to put in place to try to compensate for this rise in minimum tax rate. And the third point I want to make, I'm the only one in this panel to say this, I think, but I'm going to have to say it. 15% with a narrow tax base is not enough. You need to go more. So this directive is one first step, but already now there is room to go beyond that and to be more ambitious. So yes, transpose the directive. I understand there is a limited room of maneuver for transposition ambitious transposition. There is a bit of room of maneuver to be more ambitious in the Swedish domestic legislation. But there is huge room of maneuver in complementary measures that you should be putting in place in parallel to the directive, because we want to have a minimum tax that guarantees at least a 25% effective tax rate. Even 20% is good enough. You're going to see the raise in revenues go through the roof with a 20% effective tax rate. So think about those national measures that can be put in place already today as a complement to the minimum tax. Think about strengthening your CFC rules. Think about the QDMTT, for instance. Why do we have to have a QDMTT at 15%? Why not be more ambitious and have it at 25%? And I'm using acronyms that nobody understands, but my point here is that there is room today to be more ambitious. Don't go to the lowest point always, because we're just never going to get out of this debate. The idea of having national countries issuing more ambitious measures already now. I'm looking at my friend at the OECD here. You're going to like what I'm going to say. The idea with having national countries enacting more ambitious measures now is that this is going to build pressure on the multilateral system for a next agreement that's going to be stronger than the Pillar 2 that you have today. And that's what we want. We already need to aim for the next step. So, to my OECD friends, two things. One, I think you should talk to your unions about your working conditions. And two, there is a lot of work for you to do. And it's not time to take holidays, because this Pillar 2 is just the first step of a long road ahead of us.
Thank you.
Yeah, so just to come back a little bit on this, from a EU perspective, and I think it's, again, very similar to what you find within a trade union, is that if you share power, you will get more power. It's very strange. You give something, you think you give something, but you actually get more by giving or sharing power. And I think that also goes for tax cooperation on the European level. It gives higher capacity. And I want to go back to the United States again with the Inflation Reduction Act that you probably heard about. Big investment in green technology, clean energy, and many other issues. You also know that a big chunk of that package is financed by this cooperation, the tax that we're talking about, help me, I lost the word now. Global minimum taxation. So that's money bringing in right into the system in America to transform the American society, and it has also consequences for us in Europe, and we're now also starting to finance. I want to end my intervention here by going back to what Göran said, that in the 70s, big state capacity and so on. Our time is very similar in that way that they also had high inflation at that time, energy crisis, and the reaction at that time was less regulation, less state, more markets. I think when we look at our time and our future here, it's going to be the very opposite. We're going to have less markets, more regulation, more state. One might not like it, but that's what's going to happen, I'm afraid. So this is the way. This is the future. We need more of this. I really think that this is the way forward. So
I like it.
Yes. Yes.
Edward, you wanted to?
Yeah, something Eleanor Orberg told everybody in the room that the moderate party were against these things, and then you have to remember all of the things that were discussed from the beginning. If we talk about the second pillar, who is now on the table, it's not all. It's not done. All the negotiations. So some questions are still out, and hopefully during this year we will see everything in the new legislation. So the corporate tax, that's a good thing. That will create a level playing field for countries to attract companies. But there are a lot of things that are discussed among different countries that could affect Sweden and Swedish entrepreneurship and companies negative. We have countries with large populations and small or non-existing tech sectors and value-added processes in the industry and so on. And that will be a problem, of course, if we are shifting the taxation to where products are consumed in a large number. So of course we have countries with large population that would rather want that shift to take place, and there are a lot of downsides in that regard if we put on that way. So you can agree in general that something has to be done, but different countries have different agendas. Remember that. So you can actually lose a race if you try to do a lot of things together. And I think Mikael Damberg had a lot of good remarks on that we actually want higher taxes in Sweden than a lot of other countries, because we have more ambition in welfare system, in infrastructure, and so on. So of course we don't want to have all the taxes in that regard. So that's a lot of things that you have to take in consideration, not just the second pillar, who is not actually finished yet. So.
Thank you.
Well, I think that when we are in these difficult times, challenging times, one thing that EU, the states, could provide is stability and hope. And I think that's very important, that people in Europe, in Sweden, other countries feel that we have a stable base on which we are working on. And I think that is very important also for the corporates, because if they don't know what's going to happen the next day or the next year, they will be very worried and they won't put money in that country. So I think stability and hope is two things that we have to provide in these difficult times. And I only think that that could be done by the states and, for that matter, also by EU. I think that's really important.
Thank you. Eleanor?
Yes, all I can say is it didn't look great when it was Sweden and Poland that were the only countries that were opposing the global minimum taxation due to the parliamentary resistance. But I'm happy that the proposal put forward that we have a big majority for that. I think it's important also to not mix apples and pears in this debate. There's always going to be risks with any proposals. There will be interest in the European Union to have a more of a federal European Union, whether or not we implement this minimum taxation or not. So obviously political forces with different agendas will always try to use windows of opportunities. But that doesn't take out the advantages of implementing this. And I think this is more about the fact that capital is global, therefore we need to set global norms and rules to be able to tax these corporations. Otherwise, that's tax revenue that is lost and going into the private jets that Klaus Mikael Ståhl was talking about in your introduction. So rather than seeing this as a principal idea of the EU being the chief of taxation rather than the national states. This is about solving a problem that is global, and then you need global solutions to that problem. And that's exactly what the European Union and international corporations and institutions are there for, solving these global problems that we can't solve ourselves.
Thank you.
Just to echo what Eleanor said, because we have a global problem and there need to be both global answers and some European answers to this. And I think what you mentioned before, we cannot reduce the discussion on tax evasion or just to this question, because what Europe and the international players are doing when it comes to tax havens, when it comes to the blacklist, when it comes to also get transparency into this, it's perhaps even bigger in the long run to actually to fix a global problem here. So we shouldn't just focus on this one, but my response when it comes to taxation was that we have a principle that taxation is a national issue, and that has our historic reason, but also our ambition on the welfare state in Sweden. So that's why we don't always jump when people in Europe say taxation on a European level. But sometimes we should. And this case, I think, is a good case. There are clear arguments for this. And there might be other areas where we see relevant arguments for it. But just to explain to our European friends that sometimes Sweden has a different history here, and that's not because we don't like taxation. On the contrary, we like taxation and we want to have an effective taxation system, and that's a basis of our political ambitions. Now it sounds like we're all agreeing here on the political scale on taxation. We usually don't in a national discussion, but still on this issue I feel good that the political debate has shifted, as Eleanor says. There was some hesitation now, but there seemed to be a broad agreement on this, and that's good for a Swedish economy going forward.
So can I ask follow-up? If we are more ambitious now, how can we move forward and also be more ambitious in this issue? Can we be that, as Severin is asking?
I think we can be more if we see, as you said, that there might be different ways of handling this now new taxation regulation, other ways of finding loopholes, finding new taxation systems as a kind of contraction of this, then we should look into this, because the idea of this was create a good playing field for everyone. So I think there might be different areas, but I don't know exactly which areas there are that are on the table right now. But for us, I think most of the political debate again is also national. You have to find ways to argue with your population that taxation is actually smart, that you gain from a common system when it comes to education, healthcare, or whatever infrastructure investment. If you lose that argument, I'm sorry to say, I don't think Europe will help you to win the argument in the long run. So this is a kind of national responsibility. If you want to build a functioning welfare system that actually fit for purpose in this age where you need more education, you need more resources for the green investments, then you have to argue also to get the money to the state. And that's also a national argument. But sometimes international cooperation can really help. And I think we should be very firm on this. And we should look that the Swedish government now continues to fight tax evasions and tax frauds, because I think that's a very important question.
Thank you. So, Klaus Michael, we hear that there's a shift, it's more ambition. Do you get your hopes up?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
No, but what I hear now is not what I've heard before. Now I'm talking a little bit like a Swede here. That's been black or white, either or. There's no cooperation on taxes. Now I hear nuances. I hear that there are areas where it's profitable, and that's the way one should understand the European Union as well. It's something that creates a capacity to do things together, to solve problems together, solve the problems of the nation state. I mean, nation states without the European Union today would be lost. And there are two types of member states in the European Union. Those that understand that they are not big enough by themselves, and those that have not yet understood that. Those are the two types of member states that you get. And I do think when one gets towards the area of taxation, I think one has to give up a little bit of this previous religious understanding that has been that there's nothing to discuss here. So, but I hear a lot of good things here from a European perspective, and one shouldn't be that afraid of those that want to do more. The problem is those that don't want to do anything. That's much more problematic.
And Severin, as a non-Swede, do you get your hopes up?
I'm a trade unionist. I'm optimistic in my DNA. So, always go forward. That's what I say. I think the English have a saying, which is the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So I also get those positive vibes as class gets, but I would really want to have those positive vibes translated into Sweden actually putting forward proposals that are going to inspire other member states to follow that lead. So far what I see, and that's not specific to Sweden, so far what I see is the other way around, is countries trying the way on how to evade, how to bypass the minimum tax. I want to see one country doing precisely the opposite. And that will be the beginning of a race to the top. And I just want to echo what Mr. Dunberg has said. Yesterday we had a meeting with some comrades in Latin America. There is a huge momentum for corporate tax reform, or in general progressive tax reform in Latin America. And we as trade union were wondering, as we are today, what can we do to push this agenda forward? And the response was precisely what you said. First, you go into the street and you win the people. It's first a class struggle. When you win the class struggle, the rules are going to follow. So it's not just on you, government, it's also on you, the trade unions, and on me, to go and explain to those workers bad taxpayers are bad employers.
Thank you. And we are approaching an hour, but I think the complexity we have touched a bit here, and it's very difficult, as Emil has said, to even understand this issue, which is a problem in itself, because if you're one of the people, if you're a citizen who actually wants to be involved in this or understand it, it's very difficult. Does it have to be like that? I mean, now I turn to the politicians. That's a problem from our point of view, that no one can understand this, and many people are scared of this. So do you have any reflection on this?
I don't think tax legislation will ever be simple. That's not the case, but I think the arguments for a minimum floor of corporate taxation is simple. It's not that difficult to understand 15%. It is quite simple. So sometimes when we talk about an issue, we can make it simple, but in the details there will always be very complicated things. I don't think we should fool ourselves. It is complicated. Try to understand everything about taxation is a full-time job.
I'm sorry this debate was quite boring, because we are in a lot of things we think like Swedes rather than politicians from right or left. We have a lot of things we are not agreeing on, and we have a vivid debate in Sweden in regard of that, of course. But when it comes to these matters, I think even if we try, we will not be able to have a vivid debate on the different issues in this regard. There are no proposals from the Social Democrats, as I have seen, for higher corporate tax in Sweden. And there are no proposals from the moderate party or the government to lower the corporate tax. And I think there will be a lot of things that we have to take in consideration when it comes to the details. That when you make these changes with the new legislations, and we do not know everything yet, but there will be some sub-optimizing and so on in regard to the details in the legislation. And that could create a problem, even if we think we are agreeing with other countries about the corporate tax floor. So there will be a lot of other things that we will have to discuss and debate before we are done with this. And sub-optimizing could actually be quite negative for Sweden, for example. In a lot of ways, we have a tech sector, we have a quite advanced industry, and so on. And we have a lot of things that we will have, and I think we will be agreeing on 99.9% with the Social Democrats in regard of those things. Perhaps we could manage to find some differences in that regard. I'm not sure, but in the whole, I think we will have Swedish companies, Swedish competitiveness, and Swedish economic growth in the cross for this. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you.
Do you wanted to ask
I have
something?
Elinor, and then I have a last word for Göran, and then
Yes,
we are
I will
done.
release the microphone.
This is now when I just put a torch on the debate table for you. No, I'm not going to do that. But I just finish where I started, where I think this is the first step of a systemic actually shift in the view of the state responsibilities and also the obligations for corporations and the global elite to contribute to our welfare ambitions. I realize one needs to be pragmatic when it comes to the percentage and the base, because it's obviously a balancing act between getting as many countries on board as possible and actually getting a proposal through, and then one might have to compromise on the percentage and going a bit lower than one would have wanted from the beginning, and the same with what type of corporations that are included. But I think if we put this in place, then the ambition should be to get it up to 25%. I agree on that, but also not forget the base when we talk about the percentage points. Luxembourg, for example, has a higher corporate tax than Sweden, but a much less revenue from it, because there's so many exceptions and loopholes. So it's not all about the percentage. It's also about the implementation and compliance to the percentage that is decided. But thank you very much for the invitation and a good discussion.
Two final remarks then. I think when we're talking about transparency on the taxation system, I think that's important. It can't be seen in every detail, as you said, Mikael. I remember the great reform in the beginning of the 90s, when I think that people in Sweden for the first time actually understood why they paid a certain amount of money in taxes. And I think that made people more willing to pay taxes. And they stopped speaking about how to avoid taxes very much. And I think that is an important thing. You should understand why you pay taxes. So I think that transparency is important, and that the systemics are easy for corporates and for individuals to understand. I think that's important. The other thing is that in every organization, if it's a union, if it's a corporate, if it's a country, or if it's EU, there's always a discussion of where should the decisions be taken. And I think that the answer is never clear, but the discussion always has to be going on, because some decisions are better taken on a higher level, if we use that expression, and some decisions are better taken on a lower, regional, local level. And I think that this discussion that we have had today has shown that we need to discuss these matters, because, as you said, Claus Mikael, there have been religions about this. And some are religious that everything should be decided on the EU level, and some are religious that nothing should be decided upon on EU level. And I think that we have to start to discuss these things, because I think that the truth, as always, is somewhere in the middle. So thank you very much for taking part of this discussion, and thank you all of you who have created the work that has led forward to it. So with that.
Yes, thank you for a very good panel discussion. And for all of you listeners out there, at 12:30 we will continue this seminar with 3 excellent presentations. So I hope you will be back then. So with that, I think we finished the live show. Thank you very much. So then I say welcome here, and also welcome back for those of you who were here before lunch when we had a political panel. And that's still available if you want to understand the Swedish context. It was very, very good. But now we have 3 presentations in the afternoon. And I'm Simon Vinji. I work for a union within SACO, so as a chief economist. And we were happy to host this together with the Tax Observatory, of course. We're here in Stockholm.
Yeah, indeed. As a way of introduction, maybe I should say just a couple of words on behalf of the EU Tax Observatory. Firstly, what an absolute pleasure to be here in Stockholm and to co-organize with SAGO. The EU Tax Observatory is a relatively young institution, has been going on for about 2 years. But we are already highly impactful on the studies that we do and on the events that we organize. This has been a very fruitful collaboration with SACO. So I would like to thank Simon and my colleagues that have worked for this, and of course the speakers that have traveled from far to bring very important research insights. We have several events coming up and several studies, but mostly we are focusing on corporate tax evasion and tax avoidance, with a particular focus on EU countries, but we're slowly expanding our work as well at a global level. With just a few words so that you know what the Tax Observatory is, I would like to hand over the floor to my colleague Mona Baraki. Or you would like to introduce formally first the speakers?
I think we could say all of the 3, so we get an outline of the day. So we have Mona Baraki, who is at the Tax Observatory as a postdoctoral researcher. And then we have Piers O'Reilly. Welcome here. You're head of business and international taxes unit at the OECD. And then we have Shafiq Hebous. You are a deputy division chief at the fiscal affairs department at the IMF. Welcome here. And we're happy to have you. And without further ado, the plan is to we have around 30 minutes for each of you. So you will present roughly 20 minutes. And then I will be happy to have your online questions.
Yeah.
So what you do is that you enter, you have the information online, but you enter menti.com and the code 31275582. And you just write out there, and we get all of them, and we try to pick the best questions for the researchers. So,
could you repeat the code?
Yes, the code is online, but it's 31275582. Menti.com. Mona.
I'm very happy to be here today to present to you some work that we did with some of my colleagues at the EU Tax Observatory on the 2-pillar solution. So the presentation is going to be based on 2 papers. One is on the Pillar 2, the minimum tax, with my co-authors Paul-Emmanuel Schuch, Theresa Neef, and Gabriel Zuckman. And the second one that we just released on Monday is about the Pillar 1, and it's with my co-author Elvin Le Pohayer. So just to give you an outline of the presentation, I'm going to first start with a quick background on how we arrived to this 2-pillar solution, then the definition quickly of Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. Then I'm going to show you how we estimated the revenues, the main data sources, methodology, and the key findings. And then we're going to move to Pillar 1 and do the same, and then we conclude. So, how we arrived to this 2-pillar solution. First, following the financial crisis, the G20 countries put tax at the top of their agenda with the fight against tax evasion and tax avoidance. And then the OECD and G20 launched the BEPS project with 15 different actions. One of them is the Action 1, addressing the tax challenges from the digital economy. And this led to Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 that the OECD proposed. And just before that, there was the US GILTI that the US, through the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, imposed a worldwide minimum tax on foreign earnings. So it's not quite like the Pillar 2, but it's like a global minimum tax as well. And then recently, so in 2020, the OECD launched the economic impact assessment of this two-pillar solution, and we had the first joint statement agreement among more than 130 countries of the inclusive framework. And the EU, also the European Commission, proposed a directive that was in 2022 recently approved. And for the pillar one, it's still ongoing, and the design is not yet set, but it's still being, designed. So, what are pillar 2 and pillar 1? If we start with pillar 1, it's actually the idea of it is to allocate a share of the excess income or profits of the most profitable and largest multinationals in the world to the market where the final user is. So, for example, if we take Google or Facebook, they are worldwide and they are digital and they are operating, in many countries, but they don't necessarily have a physical presence. But if you're using Facebook in a let's say African country, but they don't have a physical presence there, this country will be losing taxes because Facebook or Google are not present there. So pillar 1 would allocate taxing rights to these countries. And pillar 2 introduces a global minimum tax of 15% on corporate profits, also of large MNEs. And so if a multinational, let's say, operates and has an affiliate that operates abroad, and this affiliate is paying less than 15% in taxes, it will have to pay a top-up tax. So now we're going to focus a bit on the pillar 2, and I'm going to present to you the revenue estimates that we have. But first, so how did we arrive to our revenue estimates? We used the OECD aggregated country-by-country report statistics because, as you know, so ideally, of course, it would have been much more interesting to have data on each multinational. So we are able to see each multinational where it operates on a country-by-country basis, so we're able to calculate the effective tax rates. But unfortunately, we don't have access to such data. So we use the aggregated CBCR. And so the available 2 years that we used was 2016 and 2017. So unfortunately, so of course, these are, we tried as much as to have good estimates, but probably with some newer data in 2020, it would be maybe more specific. But so far, so we used the 2016 and 2017 data. And the first step, of course, to be able to assess the pillar 2 is to assess the effective tax rates of the different multinationals. And to do so imagine, you have a Swedish multinational, it's operating abroad. You need to calculate the effective tax rate in each country where this multinational is operating. Well, this is in one scenario that is called the income inclusive rule, the IRR. Oops. And so if we move to the QTMTT scenario that Emil talked about, we will have like a different approach. So instead of this top-up tax being collected from affiliates abroad, it will be the host country, that will collect this difference. So in that case, if we are in Sweden, let's say, we will look at the foreign affiliates that are in Sweden. If they are not paying 15% on their profits, then they would pay it directly to Sweden, not to the country of headquarters of this multinational. So what we did is that since there's these two scenarios, and we don't know yet which countries would choose QTMTT and which countries will end up using the IR scenario, so we actually estimated revenues for both separately. Of course, in a practical scenario, maybe it will be some countries applying IRR, some others QTMTT, but we modeled them separately. There's also an interesting thing about Pillar 2, which is called substance-based income inclusion or carve-outs. So once you calculate the ETRs, you see that, let's say, okay, the ETR is less than 15%, you want to apply the top-up tax. But when you are going to apply the top-up tax on the tax base, you will end up, from the design of Pillar 2, you have to actually subtract an amount which is in short term 8% of tangible assets and 10% of payroll, and in long term 5% of tangible assets and 5% of payroll. So of course this will reduce the amount of the revenues that countries will get. Now, if you move to the key findings from Pillar 2, so the top 10 countries are presented in this table here. We have, of course, the US that has around 54 billion, and that is explained by the fact that the US has a lot of multinationals, so they have a very high number of multinationals, and many of them also are operating in low-tax countries, which leaves them room to collect revenues. But if you see, when you move actually to a QTMTT scenario, so in that case, it's actually the US who is trying to collect revenues from the foreign affiliates of multinational in its country, it will drop significantly from 55 billion to 3 billion. So for the EU, under both scenarios, they will get almost the same amount of 50 billion euros, but the distribution of the revenues, of course, will differ across countries. So for the EU, if we move... So, for example, before moving to the next slide, if we look at Germany, if Germany is gonna ask its multinationals, the foreign affiliates abroad, to collect taxes, it's gonna gain around 11 billion, but also it's gonna drop under the QDMTT because not so many affiliates are paying low taxes in Germany, and you could see that for Netherlands, for example, it's gonna be the inverse. Because they're gaining 2 billion under the IR scenario, but it's going to increase significantly under QDMTT because they have many foreign multinationals that are operating there. Now, before moving to the Swedish revenues, if you want to have like a sense of the global distribution of these tax revenues, we can see that so under both scenarios, the headquarter or the QDMTT, we have developed countries that will benefit the most with 133 billion. Most of these profits are actually collected by G7 countries, which is driven by the US because the US is collecting much of the revenues. And under the QDMTT, it falls, of course, from 133 to 95. And it drops significantly for the G7 countries because of the drop for the US. For developing countries, we see that it's 21 billion under the headquarter or the IRR scenario, and it increases a bit under the QDMTT. For the least developed countries, under the headquarter scenario, we think that they're not really going to collect any revenues, but under QDMTT, they're going to collect just a bit of a slight revenues, but it's not significant. Now, if we have a look at the EU under both scenarios, so as I mentioned, the total is not going to differ much, but between 55 and 54 billion, but the distribution is going to be a bit different because if you see Ireland, for example, it's not a very good example, maybe. So let's take again Germany from 10 to 5. What do we have as well? France from 3 billion to almost to 0.2. Sweden from 2.3 to 1.7. And we have, on the other hand, countries like Luxembourg, not Luxembourg, maybe Malta, it's going to increase a bit. So we will see that actually between these two scenarios, the countries that have low taxes will benefit most under QDMTT, and the ones that have, that are, economies with higher taxation will benefit under the headquarter scenario. Now, if we focus a bit more on the Nordic countries, since we're in Stockholm today. So for Sweden, Emil had showed us that the Ministry of Finance had an estimate of 0.5 billion, and we have an estimate of 2.3. So the reason why there's a difference between the two estimates is because we use the data, the CBCR data, the aggregated one for the year 2017. But from my understanding is that the Swedish Ministry of Finance, they are using the micro CBCR for the year 2020, which gives them a much more detailed assessment of Pillar 2. So of course, if we had this data, we would have preferred to use it. So maybe this scenario is not actually pessimistic of the Ministry of Finance, because there's also another issue that drove our results a bit upwards, which is prior to 2020, in the data that we use, there's a problem of double, like the profits sometimes are not reported in a correct way. So but we tried to correct for this, and we ended up with the 2.3 billion for Sweden for here, but probably the 0.5 is going to be closer to reality. Also, what is interesting to see is that how many multinationals Sweden seems to have. They have 103 MNEs that they can, apply this minimum tax on. On the other hand, there's around 800 multinationals that are operating in Sweden, and maybe maybe half of them are American. The same for Denmark, Finland, and Norway. So of course, for Denmark, Finland, and Norway, we can see that they have less MNEs than Sweden, and as well for the also MNEs that are operating in Sweden. Now we move to Pillar 1 Amount A, which is the reallocation of taxing rights. So also very quickly on what is Pillar 1. So as I mentioned before, we need to reallocate part of the excess profits to the countries where the final user is. And in order to do this, first we need to know which multinationals are going to be affected. And to do so, the multinationals in the design of Pillar 1 should have revenues above 20 billion euros, and they should also have a profitability above 10%. And the Pillar 1 excludes all the banks, financial services, and extractives industry. Then once we know who are the multinationals that are covered or in scope for Pillar 1, we can, based on the design and the rules of Pillar 1, we can calculate the profits that are going to be subject to this reallocation, which is going to be 25% of the excess profits. The excess profits are calculated as profits minus revenues times 10%. So this is considered, this first part, as the excess profits, and the second part is 25% of this excess. Then, in order to arrive to the net gains from Pillar 1, we should, of course, so once we reallocated these profits, each country needs to tax them, and we assume that they're going to use the CIT rate. But then in the design of Pillar 1, there's something called obligation to eliminate double taxation, which is tax reliefs, because in contrast to Pillar 2 actually is a top-up tax, so it's going to increase the burden of taxes on multinationals. But Pillar 1 is not designed to do this, the same thing. It's designed just to reallocate taxing rights, and that's why in the design it offers this obligation to eliminate double taxation or tax reliefs. So from one hand, you have new taxing rights and some countries that are going to tax some revenues, and on the other hand, you have some countries that will have to kind of repay the taxes to the multinational. So I'm not going to enter, of course, into the. It's a very complicated rules and design under Pillar 1, but just to give you a sense of what we did. So we first assessed the reallocated profits, and to do so, we tried to check where are the sales of each multinationals in the world. Then we used for each country the CIT rate. It's like, so the country received the money and the revenues and taxed it. Then we assess the obligation to eliminate double taxation, and to do so, so how does this elimination works? Countries with the highest profitability, so multinationals with the highest profitabilities in country J, will be the one that that have to offer these tax relief in priority. So that's why this will affect, countries with where they have a very high return on assets and employees. So, what in this table I will show you the how the covered groups are, among countries, which one are going to be in scope. So for the US, we can see that most of the companies that have to, abide by Pillar 1 are American or Chinese. 31 covered groups that are American and 13 are from China. And the rest are from some European countries like France, Switzerland, UK, Germany, Ireland, and Spain. We don't have any Swedish multinationals that is going to be under Pillar 1 because there's no one that passed our threshold of 20 billion euros and 10% of profitability. And you can also see that for the amount A, so this is how much from each, covered groups of each country, how much is going to be reallocated. The total reallocation amount is going to be around 94 billion euros. But of course, this is not what countries will get. This is just how much will be reallocated before the profits are taxed. Once they are taxed, you can see that this 94 or 93 billion will be reduced to 24 once each country tax it. And then you have the elimination, which corresponds to the same amount approximately. And then you have to assess the loss, which is you eliminate with respect. We assume that it's going to be with respect to the effective tax rate, and then we arrive to the net gain. So again, the net gain is the difference between what it has been reallocated to countries once they taxed these reallocation profits, minus how much they need to offer as in tax reliefs. So we arrive at a total of 15.5 billion for the whole world, which is around 0.16% of the total taxes. On average. And you can see here in this table the top 20 countries that would benefit from Pillar 1. And again, we can see the US, and that is explained by the fact that the US has a very large market with a lot of consumers that have a high also GDP per capita. Then you have China, Germany, etc. Also, an interesting thing to look at is that the EU would gain a total of 2.5 billion, the OECD countries 13, so I'm looking at the net gains, the OECD 13.2, and tax havens, so countries that we classify as tax havens, are going to lose 1.2 billion. So we can see that for tax havens, the loss comes from the fact that they don't have a lot of reallocated profits, and they have a huge amount to offer tax reliefs, 61 billion, which is going to be a loss of 2 billion because they have very low effective tax rates. If they had even higher tax rates, the loss would have been even much more bigger. So yes, this is the elimination, and then. So allocation among countries. We can also see that developed countries are the ones that are going to gain the most. And so as we can see, the net gains are 12 billion. For developing countries, it's going to be around 3.5, and it's mostly driven by China. Then for least developed countries, it's going to be 31 million. In relative terms, it's going to be almost the same because you have for developed countries 0.17% of total taxes, for developing 0.15%, and for least developed also 0.15%. And that is explained by the fact that usually developing and least developed countries, they don't have a lot of tax revenues. And even though the net gain seems very low for them, but relatively to how much they are collecting taxes,
it's still a bit comparable with developed countries. Now, for Sweden, so how much they would collect from this Pillar 1? They will have a net gain of 86 million, so it's very, very little with respect to even the 0.5 billion of the Ministry of Finance. And then Finland 28 million, Denmark 34, Norway 45, and Iceland almost nothing. I mean 1 million. And as a percentage of total taxes, you can see 0.07% of total taxes. So in conclusion, the total revenues from Pillar 1 are estimated to be around 15.5 billion, which is much more lower than what is expected under Pillar 2, which is 154. The revenues for Sweden are expected to be 2.3 billion, at least in the data that we have currently, and 0.09 under Pillar 1 euros. The amount aims to redistribute taxing rights rather than to generate revenues like Pillar 2, which is a top-up tax. And Pillar 1 puts the burden of this double tax relief on jurisdictions where multinationals have high returns on substance. So this is in the investment hubs or in tax havens. And also something on Pillar 2. So these carve-outs, the substance-based carve-outs, can also shape incentives because maybe multinationals will have some behavioral responses to move their assets or employees. And the choice also whether a country will apply QDMTT or the headquarters scenario, the IRR, also might affect the final outcome of Pillar 2. And another uncertainty from Pillar 2 comes from the fact that how the US guilty top-up tax will coexist with the Pillar 2 design. And finally, as was mentioned by Emil and the speakers in the debate, the two-pillar proposal expected to have an effect on profit shifting. But this is, of course, it's very soon to say because there might be a lot of behavior responses. So generally, it might decrease profit shifting, but there was a research assessing the effect of guilty on profit shifting, and the results seemed not to be very promising. So let's see how it's going to end up with this two-pillar proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we have a few questions from the floor. Do we have anyone in the room? Yes, we have one in the room. Should we start with you? You have to wait for the microphone, sir.
Just missed which data set you used for Pillar 1.
For Pillar 1, yes.
Sorry.
We used we used several databases to know the sales of the multinationals. We wanted first to use the OECD CBCR database, but the issue is that because it's not destination-based sales, it doesn't really reflect where the final sales are happening. So we took the OECD AMNE database because it offers the output of multinationals by country and sector, and it offers also the exports. So we were able to assess kind of a proxy of the destination-based sales, because this is the hardest thing in Pillar 1 is to know where the real sales are happening, because it could be a multinational, selling to a market but registering the profits in another country. So this is really the hardest thing in Pillar 1, and we used the AMNE OECD database and removed the exports from the output of each country, and we also used then to calculate the elimination of double taxation or the tax reliefs, the OECD CBCR database to know where the employees and the assets are.
So one more from the floor, and then we have from online.
Thank you. I'm Johan Fall from Confederation of Swedish Enterprise, and thank you for an interesting presentation. A lot of numbers, and I think it was very comforting to hear that you kind of step back from your numbers, that they're probably exaggerating this a lot. Just to make something clear, I mean, you mentioned several times that the Swedish governmental inquiry found out a much lower number, and your number somewhere 2.3, but the Swedish number is not 0.5, it's 0.05. So the fact that your numbers are not 4 or 5 times too high, but actually they are 40 or 50 times too high. So just something to keep in mind, that there are a lot of numbers, but I don't think you can use them actually.
Yes, we are trying to. So the purpose of doing the estimations is to have like a floor to know what might countries get. It, of course, because of many, there might be a lot of behavior responses or, you know, changes in the application of the final rules. So it might not look like this exactly, but this is just like a general idea of the results. But one thing is that I think in the report of the Ministry of Finance, what they did is that they offered estimations over a period of time. And in the period that corresponds to ours, the revenues were actually high, but then they decreased because of either the quality of data or this it was double counting of dividends. So...
Maybe I will ask a question because it's on this as well. Just as a follow-up, could it be that it could be explained by an economic fluctuation because it's on profits of multinationals? So if you take some years and you go back, I mean, we used the years of 2016 to 2017, but then we're looking at the COVID years essentially, where some of the profits were reduced. So could economic fluctuation explain what the difference is?
I think many factors would explain, but mostly maybe it's the quality of data as well after 2020, and also maybe some losses from the COVID period. And maybe you had a question.
Yeah, I just want to So to answer you on, it's correct that the number is 0.05.
Okay.
But that's because we think that Sweden will not take all the revenue. If you go back to the macro number, then it's your number, 0.5 for 2020.
Okay.
And you're right, it's different effects. One is double counting of dividends. Another thing that we see that the amount of profits that the multinationals are reporting outside Sweden decreases substantially 2020, and the pandemic effect. So it's a combination of everything. But if you go down to the micro level data and the origin of the profit, and assume that other countries will also implement Pillar 2, or those that announce that they will implement will do it, then Sweden will not gain anything, almost half a million. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And we have one last question from the internet.
There's an online question on basically the difference between the IRR and the QDMTT. Someone asks online, is the QDMTT anyhow not the most probable scenario? And why would countries undertax subsidiaries when these would be taxed higher in the home country anyway?
So for the first question on the difference between the IRR and the QDMTT, in the first scenario, the IRR, it's actually when a multinational that is, let's say, headquartered in Sweden will go to its different affiliates around the world and see the ones in some countries where they are paying less than 15% of effective tax rate, and they will collect the difference, and this difference will go back to Sweden. But in the QDMTT scenario, it's actually the opposite. So this multinational of Sweden, let's say it's operating in country X, and it's paying less than 15% of taxes. Instead of this money to flow back to Sweden under IRR, in the QDMTT, it's the host country that will have the priority to raise, either to, of course, raise taxes or to apply the QDMTT and to collect the top-up tax itself directly. And for the second question, it was, Panos, can you repeat it a bit, please?
Yeah, why would countries undertax subsidiaries when these would be taxed higher in the home country anyway.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm not getting the question, but let's say it's if you have a multinational and it's operating in the Cayman Islands or in, like a tax haven with a 0% tax rate. So in that case, there would be a lot of, there would be an incentive for the multinational to probably to go and have a subsidiary there, even if in the home country the tax rate is high. And in that case, the headquarter scenario, the IRR, will be very beneficial for the country that will collect it if the Cayman or this very low tax countries do not want to do so.
Thank you so much. So now we have Mr. Piers O'Reilly on site. We can an applause, of course. Sorry. So please, we just mic on and switch the presentation. The stage is yours.
Great. Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to present and be part of this debate, and also listen to the conversation earlier on today. It's really interesting to hear a Swedish perspective, and as all of these things are developing very fast, to talk about these important issues and to have these public debates about the two-pillar solution and the ongoing work. So I will focus here on the work that the OECD has done to assess the impact of the two-pillar solution. We've been doing this for a long time, since really the two-pillar solution was first thought up, really, which is years ago now. We released an economic impact assessment in 2020, but as the process kept on going and as the design of both pillars changed, we updated the estimates earlier this year, and we're still continuing to work to try to understand the impact of the two pillars, because as you may know, the work is ongoing on both Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, and so the design is still changing, and so that's why we do the work that we do to try to keep countries as informed as possible as in terms of what the pillars look like. So in January of this year, we released revised estimates of Pillar 1, providing headline global estimates and then also providing estimates at the jurisdiction group level. And then on Pillar 2, we have global estimates, but we're still trying to understand better the potential behavioral reactions, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a moment, which might impact exactly which countries receive the revenue that will come from Pillar 2. So I won't go in a lot to the design of Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. Hopefully Mona has done that already, so I don't have to. And in many ways, I think our approaches to estimating Pillar 1 are probably fairly alike, with some important differences that I'll speak to. And on Pillar 2, we're probably maybe a little bit further apart, but I'll speak to those differences as well. We found when we went back to update the estimates that we had increasing revenue estimates from both pillars over time, and I'll talk about why that is. But that was one of the key findings from our updated work. Where did those extra revenues come from? Well, it came from design changes with respect to both pillars. As we updated the data, as we got more recent data, we discovered that there was potentially more revenue available from both pillars. And then also we tried to improve our modeling relative to the first time we did this to the second time we did this. I think all of the presentations today will focus quite strongly on revenue, and obviously revenue is a very important question. But I think we heard this in the panel earlier this morning, and I think it's very true that it's a mistake to look at the value of the two-pillar solution purely in terms of tax revenue, and I think that was discussed at length this morning. I think a lot of those points are very valid. But more than that, we want to try to raise taxes from business in a way that is most conducive to economic growth, to supporting investment, to ensuring that there is a level playing field between different kinds of firms, MNEs, non-MNEs, large firms, small firms, firms that have some low tax affiliates, firms that don't. We want there to be equal competition between those different kinds of firms. And then also we want to try to have a system that multinationals can manage, multinationals can comply with. And so, you know, when we did this work originally, we tried to look at, well, what is the counterfactual where there is no agreement? What does that scenario look like? And we found that, you know, a no agreement scenario is potentially very damaging for business and for growth and for investment. And that's because, you know, if we cannot address the issues pertaining to the digitalization of the economy and the ongoing BEPS issues in a consensus-based way, then countries will try to address these issues themselves. And, you know, the things that we have heard very strongly from business is that, you know, what we don't want to do, I mean, Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 are complicated and they will be costly to comply with. But what business has said to us is that we don't want to have to comply 150 times in different ways with different measures in every country where we do business. So that's why it's very important, we think, to have a solution that can be implemented and business can understand and be certain and base their investment and economic decisions on that. So this is a list of the design features. As has been said many times, Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 are both very, very complicated. These are a list of design features that we tried to model as part of this work. I won't go through them all. I know there's lots of acronyms for which the OECD is famous and that are very off-putting to new people. But I mean, I think it's important to make 2 points. I mean, one, the complexity of the rules and the details around these design features, you know, have been a really important part of building the consensus around the rules. And so we have 137 countries have said yes to these rules. I think each of these different design features, complex as they are, serve an important purpose in terms of getting different countries to say yes. So this is very carefully built, and each individual piece that has been added to the two-pillar solution, you know, is there to try to achieve a tax policy outcome that is important and is meaningful and is you know, done in a way that can build consensus. In terms of the revenue estimates, then you know, these design features really matter, and as we have tried to model these individually, and you know, we have been modeling these kind of in succession as each one was added to the pillar. But you know, they do really matter in terms of changing the revenue estimates for individual countries. They matter more for some countries than others. But modeling them all really carefully is really important to try to get quality results in terms of what the outcomes will actually be. And so that's something that I think we've spent a lot of time trying to understand all of these different results and how they move the impacts, and that's really important in terms of understanding well what the impacts will actually be. Of course, I mean, I think this was said by Mona, and I completely agree. Trying to do this work is difficult, to put numbers on these two pillars, because the outcomes are very uncertain. The amount of profits that MNEs will earn in the future and where they will earn them is uncertain. The way that MNEs will respond to the two pillars is uncertain. The way that governments will respond is uncertain. So, you know, this it's foolish almost to try to say with certainty that you know exactly how much money is going to be earned by any individual country, but we do it anyway to try to inform the debate. But I think that's probably well understood in this room and by many stakeholders online, that this, you know, it's difficult work and it's very, very uncertain. So, you know, much of this analysis is to try to give people an understanding of what the rules are trying to do, as opposed to, you know, predicting the future and saying this is exactly how much revenue you will get. So I won't spend a lot of time talking about our methodology. I will, maybe when I put the results up, I'll talk a little bit about our results compared to Mona's and compared to some of the other studies that are out there, and try and explain a little bit where the differences in the results come from. But I mean, overall, we probably have relatively similar approaches, but I'll talk a bit about how they're different. Overall, we have, for Pillar 1, we have estimated global revenue gains of between 13 and 36 billion. So that's in a similar range to what Mona previously presented. Ours are a little bit higher, and I'll explain why that is. The main reason why it's higher is actually in the next slide there. We find that, number one, we have more companies in scope than was in the EU Tax Observatory study. So we have a slightly larger pool of profit. We also note that and I'll show this in a slide in a minute, that the amount of profit that these companies are earning is rising over time. So these companies are getting larger, they're getting more profitable. And so the the later you look in the data, so far as we can see, the amount of profit that's in the Pillar 1 bucket rises and rises, and that partially drives our revenue gains. The other key reason that our revenue estimates are probably a little bit higher on the upside compared to the others, that, you know, as Mona said, Pillar 1 is not raising new revenue directly. It's a reallocation of taxing rights. It's moving taxing rights from one place to another to try to address this issue where, you know, a business can be active digitally or otherwise in a country but not pay taxing rights. So it's reallocating taxing rights for those kinds of businesses. And when it does that, it raises revenue. The reason why it does that is because it reallocates taxing rights largely from low tax jurisdictions to higher tax jurisdictions. So it's not setting out to raise new money, it's setting out to move taxing rights around. But what actually happens is that the taxing rights that get moved are taxing rights that are in low tax jurisdictions, and they get moved to higher tax jurisdictions on average, and that's what raises money. Now, what we find relative to what the tax theory study find is that basically we think there's going to be more losses of taxing rights in low tax jurisdictions. And that means that there's going to be more revenue raised. The low tax jurisdictions are going to end up surrendering more taxing rights. The reason why that is that we think that the affiliates of the in-scope M&Es in investment hubs are earning higher profits than you can see in the aggregated C/CR data. And that's not something we discovered. That's what was basically reported to us by countries when they first saw our results. They said, "Look, this is okay, but in our own data, and you know the C/CR, the microdata is the best data with which to look at this. The affiliates in investment hubs are really profitable, more than you can see in your own data. And so for that reason, we expect that investment hubs will surrender more taxing rights, which in turn then generates more revenue. We tend to find that low and middle income jurisdictions gain more than high income jurisdictions as a share of revenues. I mean, in general, we express our results as a share of CIT. I mean, it's trivial almost to say that, you know, larger jurisdictions with bigger GDP will gain more in dollar terms. As a share of CIT, we expect low and middle income jurisdictions to do slightly better. The differences aren't dramatic, but we do expect low and middle income jurisdictions to do slightly better. A lot of that has to do with the way we sourced the revenue, so the way we allocated Pillar 1. So, I mean, broadly speaking, investment hubs tend to be surrendering taxing rights, and other jurisdictions tend to be receiving them. And depending on exactly how that receipt is modeled, depends on who is going to get the money, get the additional taxing rights. And we tend to find that low and middle income jurisdictions get slightly more. So that's important to say. Pillar 2 I will present in less detail on. We have estimated global revenue gains of between 140 and 260 billion. That's a little bit on the higher side again compared to the EU Tax Observatory study. I will say probably two things about that. A reason that I think that the estimate might wind up on the lower range of this estimate is that there are important differences between the C/CR, the definition of profit in the C/CR and the definition of profit for globe purposes that may impact exactly how much money is raised. And so that's something that we're still working to take account of. I think another reason why we have higher revenue estimates is that we try to model the indirect effect of globe in a way that I think is important, and I'll talk to. So that was just a summary, but just to give an overview of what the Pillar 2 base looks like. So here in the red line, we find our estimate of the count of the number of M&Es in scope. In the same way, I think, as the Tax Observatory study, we exclude financial services and extractives. But after then, we tried to model the set of in-scope M&Es. The number of M&Es in scope is rising over time, fairly modestly, as you can see in the red line. But the amount of profit is going up faster. And specifically in 2021, we found a very sharp increase in profit. The profit in scope of Pillar 1 is very concentrated. There's actually a small number of M&Es are doing a lot of the profit. Even of the 100, it's really only like a smaller group of those 100. It's like 20 or 30 or like a lot of the profit. And those M&Es in particular are becoming larger. And those M&Es in particular are becoming more profitable. And these M&Es, I'm sure you all know their names. They're just the biggest and largest M&Es in the world. You'll know who they are. But the profits are being... The amount of money in scope of Pillar 1 is being driven by the profits of really these very, very small number of very large M&Es. And so we expect over time that these MNEs are probably not going to become less profitable. Although of course the economic uncertainty that we're experiencing may have an impact on this. But I mean this time series here that we see here covers the COVID period. And what we kind of expected before we looked at this data that there would be declines in profits because of the COVID crisis, and there wasn't. So this then is what our revenue estimates look like for three main categories of jurisdictions. So each bar here is a year, and then this is kind of the upper and lower bound of our revenue estimates. And as I said before, we tend to find that lower income jurisdictions do slightly better. The differences aren't enormous. This is expressed in percentage of CIT. But we tend to find that they gain slightly more, and that has a lot to do with the way the revenue is sourced. And then also certain specific rules that I won't go into in too much detail, but that tend to allocate a tiny bit more revenue to low-income countries relative to their current size of their tax base relative to high-income countries. It's also the case that high-income countries, some of these countries do surrender some profit, but they don't typically. So obviously we would expect most European countries, Scandinavian countries, to be in this high-income bucket. What I don't show on the chart is investment hubs, who in this exact same way as the tax observatory we find are losing tax revenues because profit is being transferred from them to other countries. Turning quickly to Pillar 2, I'll talk a little bit about what we tried to do in Pillar 2, which is to try to speak to this idea that the gains from Pillar 2 might not just be the direct gains. And I think that it's, some of the revenue estimates published by Sweden and then also by many other countries have also spoken to the direct gains in the minimum tax might not be large. But we know today in the most latest data that the amount of low tax profit globally is quite large. And so you might ask then, well how can it be then that if the current amount of low tax profit globally is large, why isn't the revenue from the minimum tax not going to be large? And the reason we expect that is because we expect that profit shifting will become less attractive to multinationals after the introduction of a minimum tax. And so what do I mean by that? I mean, if you can take a scenario that could exist today today, there's no minimum tax yet, you could have an M&E that faces a choice between paying 25% in a given jurisdiction where it's operating, or can shift some profits through whatever particular profit shifting mechanism you might choose to use, but can shift your profit to a zero tax jurisdiction somewhere. And that's a 25% reduction in an effective tax rate, and profit shifting is risky, it's costly, there's reputational risks, there's sunk costs, there's all of that, but for a 25% reduction in your effective tax rate, you might be willing to do it, and you might be willing to do it on a fairly large scale. However, after the introduction of Pillar 2, even were an MNE to shift those profits, the lowest they can get their effective tax rates is about 15%. And so we just expect profit shifting to become much less attractive. And so for a country like Sweden, we know that Swedish affiliates have historically had some low tax profit abroad. We would expect that after the introduction of the minimum tax, that Swedish companies may just reduce their profit sharing and bring more profit home, or bring more profit to wherever they happen to be doing real business, wherever they're doing their manufacturing or their sales or whatever it happens to be. And so for that reason, we expect that there will be a certain part of the revenue gains from Pillar 2 will come from the direct revenue from the pillar, from the actual, this is low tax profit, we're going to tax it up. But another part of the revenue gains are harder to measure and a little bit more intangible to a sense, but the reduction in profit shifting throughout the international tax system will raise additional money. And so in our revenue estimates, that's what we try to do. We try to model a static scenario where governments don't do anything, MNEs don't do anything, the world stays the same. We estimate the revenue of Pillar 2. We do that more or less in the same way as the tax observatory. And then we tried to say, okay, well, we haven't done that in the results I'm about to show you, but we tried to say, okay, well, Pillar 1, we know will reallocate some profit around the world. So let's take that into account. And then we say, okay, well, those two things are going to happen, and then let's say that the multinationals are going to shift profit less. So then there's going to be more profit left in higher tax jurisdictions, wherever they are around the world, and less profit in the low tax jurisdictions. And then let's try and say, okay, well, we have some low tax jurisdictions that may find it optimal to do this QDMTT move. They will say, okay, well, this is low tax profit in my jurisdiction. If I don't tax it myself, somebody else will. I may as well tax it myself. And so we try and map these one after another. try and build a kind of a wholesome picture or a more nuanced picture of what the impacts are going to be. And we do find that the different aspects drive profits or drive revenues in different ways. So there's the revenue that we estimate will come from the reform as a whole, and then there's a subset of that which will actually be the direct revenue from the application of the minimum tax, which is lower. So I mean, I won't speak to this in too much detail, but we have found that this revenue gains have increased over time. The reasons for that are, number one, in the data that we have, it seems like MNEs have more low tax profit abroad when you look at the data. The coverage of the C/CR data that our analysis depends on has increased over time. We have more countries giving us C/CRs. And when we have started to receive some of those new C/CRs from some new jurisdictions, some of whom are low taxed, we have started to get a better quality sense of where the low tax profit is, and that has also raised our estimates. And then finally, we have tried to understand a little bit better the interactions between the global rules and the US GILTI and the US low tax profit overseas. So previously we estimated that GILTI would apply to the low tax profits of US affiliates, but now we apply the global rules to the low tax profits of US MNEs and their affiliates, and that also raises our revenues. So these revenue estimates are what they are. I won't show jurisdiction-specific results because we're still working on them, and I think it's correct to say, exactly as Mona said, a lot depends on whether the jurisdictions will do a QD-MTT or whether they won't. And so I spoke to this point, I think. But so as I said, I mean, a lot of work is trying to understand the impact of QD-MTTs. Something that's not accounted for in these revenue estimates, but I think is important, is in the current model that we have, we mainly assume that the low tax profit is in low tax jurisdictions. But we know that low tax profit also exists elsewhere as well. So that you can be a high tax jurisdiction but have some MNEs in your jurisdictions that are paying low tax rates. So you may be a jurisdiction with a 35% rate, but you may be offering a tax holiday to some MNEs. Or you may be a jurisdiction with a 20% rate, but you may have a patent box that charges a 7% rate. And so one of the things that we're trying to do now is to try and get a handle on this extra low tax profit that may exist also in high tax jurisdictions, and to try and see what that does, not only for the headline revenue estimates, but also for the distribution of the revenue gains across countries. So I'll stop there, but I'm happy to take questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. I think we have a few questions, but can I begin as a moderator? I'll take the liberty. Because I figure from Pillar 1, I mean, you have all countries, I guess, are positive in theory that you will tax more, but then you look at your own bottom line, and maybe you lose out a little bit. So it must be very difficult to actually negotiate and model this at the same time, like a train running, and you have to build a rail at the same time. Is that so, or can you?
I mean, it's not the case. So it's not the case, and I mean the chart I showed our results for low-income countries, middle-income countries, and high-income countries. We have a separate category of investment hubs that we find losing that I didn't show. It's in another presentation that you can find on our website. But so not everybody is gaining revenues from Pillar 1. Most countries are, but not everybody, because there is this transfer of taxing rights from certain jurisdictions to certain other jurisdictions. Whether it's hard to model, yes it is. I mean, it's hard to model because it's a moving target, and it's been like that for 4 years. So we've continued to try and update the results kind of often, kind of week by week, as different aspects of this have changed. But I mean, I think it's fair to say that the overall, I mean, I think somebody said this earlier on. Pillar 1, I think, started as a very simple idea. We're going to take some residual profit and allocate it to market, and that was a very simple idea, and it was a very simple model initially. And then, as the negotiations progressed, it has become more and more and more complicated, and we've had to model more and more and more features. But the overall shape of Pillar 1, like we're going to take some residual profit and allocate it to market jurisdictions, has not changed. And in spite of all of the complexities and issues in terms of the revenue sourcing and the elimination and all of the other features that have happened, the overall what it does, what it's designed to do, has not changed, because I think the members understand what they're trying to do, and it has changed, but it has stayed the same.
I see. Thank you. I have a few from Mona and then Severin. So you need a microphone.
Thank you, Piers, for your presentation. I have a question on the application. Let's say Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 are applied and enter in force. Is there, how to say, would Pillar 1 apply before Pillar 2, or would Pillar 2 apply and then Pillar 1 applies? Because this would change a bit sometimes the outcome of the revenues. So just wondering about that.
Yeah, it's a good question, and it's difficult to model. What we have modeled, we have modeled, but I think we may need to change it. We have modeled Pillar 1 applies first. So Pillar 1 first reallocates taxing rights, and then thereafter, in as much as there's still low tax profit in your jurisdiction, then Pillar 1 applies, and as you know, Pillar 2 then Pillar 2 will apply, and as you know, Pillar 2 will have its own rule order. Having said that, in the presentation I showed, we applied Pillar 1 first, and then we applied the behavioral responses, but I actually think probably the behavioral responses belong very first, then Pillar 1, then the rest of Pillar 2, but that's not something we've done yet.
Yes, because if Pillar 2 applies first, then it will raise, let's say, the minimum tax, and then it will affect, let's say, when some investment hubs are going to be eliminating double taxation, they might have to eliminate on a higher tax rate, so their losses might be even higher. But yeah, we modeled this in one of our scenarios in the paper, but I didn't present it today.
I mean, yeah, the first impact assessment we did, we modeled Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 on an integrated basis. I think it's fair to say, I mean, this is clear in the results. Pillar 1 is a much more modest exercise than Pillar 2. The set of firms that are affected is much smaller. So we did not find huge impacts when we actually integrated the two. But it's there, but we didn't find a huge impact.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Piers, for your presentation. I'd like to come back to the fact that low and middle income countries are going to receive a bigger share of Pillar 1 than developed economies. I guess, and that's what I think you explained, and that's a result of introducing a form of unitary taxation where the revenues are taxed, in this case where sales are taking place. However, if we take a broader outlook, the fact that Pillar 1 has to come in exchange for unilateral measures, DSTs and other forms of unilateral measures that would apply not only to the companies in scope but to all companies. My question is, if we take this broader outlook, is it still the case that lower and middle income economies are going to benefit? With the right caution when I say benefit, but from Pillar 1, or is there going to be some loss of revenues?
Sorry, could you present yourself for those who didn't see the panel?
Sorry, my name is Severin and I come from the Global Labour Movement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a really good question. Let me speak a little bit about it. We find that developing countries gain a little bit more due to a small number of the design features in Pillar 1 that I didn't go into in detail that matter specifically for small jurisdictions, and many developing countries are small jurisdictions. And so those include a lower nexus threshold for smaller jurisdictions that mean that they get Amount A faster. There's de minimis rules that protect smaller jurisdictions from having to surrender taxing rights. And then there's provisions in the revenue sourcing rules that mean that if an MNE cannot source all of its revenue, it doesn't know where all of its revenue is supposed to go. It's able to take about between 0 and 5%. We estimated 2.5%, but 0 and 5%, and it's able to ring fence it essentially for low and lower middle income countries. All of those provisions together move the chart from a situation where most jurisdictions are getting roughly a similar level to a situation where lower and middle income countries are getting slightly better. So that's what's driving it. It's those specific features that are key to Pillar 1. Your next question then about DSTs is a good one. We have looked at this. It's certainly an important question, I think, for a lot of lower and middle income countries. When we look at this, we don't find that DSTs raise more money than Pillar 1. We find Pillar 1 raises more money than DSTs for those countries. Why is that? As I've said, the Pillar 1 the amount of profit in the digital space is just very, very concentrated at the very, very top of the distribution. The top players earn most of the profits. They also have most of the revenue. So we have a pillar that really targets the very, very largest firms, and that's we find that because it targets the firms that have most of the profit and most of the revenue, the firms that you lose from that would be out of scope of Pillar 1 are just not raising that much revenue. So that's what we find. We find that no, they're still net gainers even in the absence of the unilateral measures. The other thing to say more generally, and I think it bears repeating with respect to the DSTs. I mean, it's the design of Pillar 1 is such that it's a transfer of taxing rights from investment hubs to the rest of the world. DSTs don't perform the same function. There's double taxation, there's no relief. And so the investment hubs are left in possession of their residual profits that remain theirs to tax under a DST, rather than the DST is then levied on the consumers of the digital services in the low and middle income country. And so just totally separately from the tax revenue question, and I mean, I think it's important to say revenue is not the only criterion here. It's also who is bearing the incidence of these taxes, and then also what is the impact of those taxes on the economy. And on both of those points, I think Pillar 1 is better, frankly. I mean,
sorry, Sam, I don't want to monopolize, but these are very good points, so thank you for this. But just on the fact that you've modeled the revenues estimations for DSTs and Pillar 1, if that is available somewhere, that'd be great to receive, because it really is crucial information when we give advice to our colleagues, and I don't have this information.
So we've done it. We haven't put it out in the world. The African Union has done a study as well that I can send you the link, but also finds a similar thing.
And then we have one last question from online.
Yeah, there is one online, but maybe very, very two quick short ones. So I have one is the higher middle and low income countries basically receiving higher profits. Could this be a denominator effect, namely that when you divide by CIT, these countries they rely less on CIT than higher income countries, and so when you divide by CIT, then this result is a little bit higher for them. And the second question is, do you try to model responses, or in the future basically trying to model the responses from companies in response to carve-outs that have been introduced in the rules, namely once they kick in, that they would take advantage of these rules in order to minimize what they have to pay? Which is in the scope of your future work?
Which carve-out? Which carve-out do you have in mind? Like the financial and extractives, or the Pillar 2 substance-based?
Substance.
The substance-based carve-out. Okay. The answer to the first one is I don't know. In my mind, I'm not sure that the CIT to GDP ratios are that different. I don't know, but my thought was that CIT levels are relatively constant across different income levels, but that rather the higher tax to GDP ratios in the OECD countries tend to stem from other non-CIT taxes, I think, but I don't know. It's possible. In terms of the carve-out, it's not something we've looked at a lot. I mean, we've looked at the impact of the carve-out. We've modelled it, same as the Tax Observatory study did in terms of the revenue impacts, but in terms of the investment responses, we haven't gotten in there. But it's important. I mean, I think in terms of the investment responses, we did a paper on investment responses to Pillar 2 that suggested that the overall additional tax burden on investments stemming from Pillar 2 will be modest. And the reason for that, we think, is essentially that the carve-out leaves the normal return on investment untaxed, or it tries to do that. And so for that reason, we expect the investment response to be modest. We expect the tax should fall on rents.
There is a last question online, which is a little bit technical. How are you correcting CBCR profit to take into account the different tax-based definition in the GLOBE rules?
It's a good question. We have not in these figures, but we are working on it. Yeah, we do find that it will probably move the estimates away from the upper end of our range and towards kind of more the middle and lower end of our range is what we expect. But I'm saying that without having finished the work.
Thank you so much. Now we're welcoming Mr. Shafiq Hebous from the IMF on stage. We're putting on the microphone and pictures, so be a short second.
Control L. Thank you.
Please.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with you in the room. So I thank the organizer for the kind invitation. So my presentation will be based on a policy paper that was published early March, and it's available online. We will be talking about the impact of the Inclusive Framework Agreement, or the expected impact of this agreement. I think it's important to stress that this is a historic agreement because it's the first of its kind for about a century. And it's also important to stress that it's not yet a done deal, in the sense we are not yet allowed to take implementation for granted. So this is being implemented in some places, and these are important 2 points to be stressed. Now, just maybe a quick word on the role of the IMF. So we are the IMF. We contribute to the debate on taxing multinationals by providing economic assessment, economic analysis. For instance, there has been, since 2009, 4 policy papers like the one that I'm presenting now. There has been a book in 2021 with chapters going into the detail of various specific issues among many working papers. And we also deal with this issue in our capacity development. So when we advise countries on how to mobilize revenue more generally, this is one of the topics that we usually discuss. So in my presentation today, I will try to give a little bit of a global perspective, and especially from a standpoint of low-income countries and developing countries, but also to some extent try to connect the debate a little bit to Sweden. I'm not going to talk about the 2-pillar reforms. It's throughout the presentation, I think this has been discussed. But let me start with this qualitative kind of assessment table. That's a table just to have a broad directions. Where do we stand? Where does the agreement put us? And also compared to more fundamental reform ideas. This is kind of qualitative traffic light type of table, so it should be interpreted with great caution. But just to put things into perspective. So if we think of Pillar 1, for instance, compared to current arrangement, Pillar 1 is an improvement. It provides more protection against profit shifting, which is what companies do, because when you tax based on consolidated accounts, it doesn't really matter where the company will report profits at a various jurisdictions. So in that sense, it's more robust to profit shifting as an idea. It's also providing more protection against tax competition. Because consumers companies are less able to manipulate where their consumers are, and in that sense, also countries can put the tax rate under less pressure. It's in terms of practicality, not necessarily it's a system on top of the existing system. So in that sense, it's not making practically the implementation less kind of easy than what we have right now. Legally, by definition, we would need to adapt this into our legal frameworks, into treaties and so on. So it's extra work. So there are some issues in terms of complexity regarding legal considerations and a practical implementability. However, it's also overall more suitable to the circumstances of developing countries. And the same is true basically for Pillar 2. So by and large, we can say that both pillars are improvement compared to the current system. But of course, both pillars have origins in more fundamental ideas. And compared to those ideas, their scope is less basically. And in that sense, they provide less, say, protection against profit shifting and tax competition compared to allocating the entire residual profit based on sales by destination, which would be far more robust to tax competition and profit shifting. Because Pillar 1 allocates only a portion, for example. Or also, if we look at the original idea of a minimum tax, Pillar 2 is less robust than original widespread kind of minimum tax, because a textbook like minimum tax will not have exception for companies, will not have substance-based income exclusion, and so on. So this is just to say it's an important step in the right direction. I would like to say also importantly, on Pillar 1, and that's an idea that was already mentioned, I think the novelty here and the importance is that it brings a completely new idea to existing arrangement, and this is, it says, by destination, as a destination-based principle to taxation, and that's something we don't have right now. And even though the scope is relatively small, it's a very important idea. So on the effects, this has been mentioned before, but just to fix idea. So there is a direct revenue impact. We wake up in the morning, the agreement has been implemented, how much money we can collect. Of course, that's a first static kind of reference point, but the world will react. Countries will react. They can change their taxes. They can implement more tax reforms. They can raise their taxes. And companies will react. They will react in terms of where they put their profits and also in terms of real investment decisions. And then there are also administrative and compliance costs. And we need to take all those effects into account if we are really serious in providing an assessment of the impacts, which is hard. Let me speak a little bit about the static impact. So this is the static revenue impact. First, I would like to say the results of the EU Tax Observatory are very similar to ours. And also, I would say, in the grand scheme of things, the OECD results that were just just presented by peers, are actually, by and large, at the same magnitude. So on Pillar 1, to give you a number that's not on the chart, we estimate that 2% of the global multinational profits base will be reallocated. 2% globally. So that's kind of a number that I think we can all reasonably compute, is subject to less uncertainty. Maybe it's a little bit more, maybe it's a little bit less, but that's the kind of the grand scheme of things. Where things become more uncertain is when we say who will get the revenue. So we know that's the pie, and now we want to reslice this pie. I think we are in agreement that investment hubs would tend to be the countries that will give up some of taxing rights on that excess profit. The estimate on their revenue impact will be between 2 to 3% of revenue. Who will get it? It would depend on sales by destination. Ideally, we would like to observe that at the company level. We do not, so we do some approximation. On average, it's something like 1% of corporate income tax revenues when we use macro allocation weights. So our approximations of these sales weights is based on national statistics. When we use CBC, we get less impact. I would like to say here there is this an important point that, of course, that's the idea of Pillar 1 is that we implement the destination-based taxes. For that, we give up unilateral digital service taxes. And as it was mentioned in the previous presentation, the global average is kind of, it's the same revenue impact, because currently digital service taxes do not raise so much money, more than Pillar 1. But of course, for some individual countries, that would depend whether those companies will be in scope or not. On Pillar 2, we put the tax base that will be kind of impacted at around 17% of global multinational profits. And in terms of absolute value, we are also at 150 billion. So that's at the lower end of the OECD estimates, but very close to the EU Tax Observatory. We use, of course, a different year vintage, so that may explain. But if we put that as a percentage of global multinational profits, it's about 17% that will be subjected to a top-up tax. On average, in our calculation, very noisy average, that profit is currently taxed at around 5%. A little bit plus, a little bit minus, with some degree of uncertainty. So that means on average, kind of on that entire global profit that would be subjected to the top-up tax, there will be an increase of about 10 percentage point basically on the top-up tax. It doesn't really matter who will do it from a revenue impact, because it's the same top-up tax. So that's why we are comfortable showing global results, but we are less comfortable showing individual country-specific results, because it really would matter then who applies the QD, MTT, or who is not. We know this is the amount of profit that will be taxed more heavily or up to the top-up tax, but it's more difficult to pin down with certainty which country would take it. But just to be a bit provocative, for instance, regarding the results we heard about today coming from Sweden. So we heard, for instance, that over the years, the amount of profit of Swedish multinational companies that was reported out of Sweden went down. So that might be already a reaction, just to say. So that may be meaning the impact on the firms is already taking place in some sense, and they are already reacting, and that's just to give one example. One bar chart I would like to stress in this slide, which is the last one, the 8.1 bar. That's already a dynamic impact, which is by itself larger than the static top-up tax impact. That's by itself. And how do we estimate this? We know in a tax competition theory that companies react in terms of their tax rate setting to other countries' tax rate. So when Sweden's major trading partners and investment partners reduce their taxes, that put pressures on Sweden to reduce its tax rate as well. And that has been a downward trend. For instance, Sweden now is around 20%, a little bit more. It used to be 26%, and even going back to the history, it was more. So what if Sweden's partner increase their taxes? And that's what would happen with the minimum tax, right? Because the low tax jurisdiction will go from 0 to 15. And some countries will even stop decreasing their taxes in the future. So all that mean, at least there is a lower probability, maybe, for a country like Sweden or other countries to lower their taxes, their corporate taxes going forward. And also, maybe they give them a room to increase their taxes going forward. So that we call tax reaction function, and when we estimate that, we come up with a global revenue impact of 8%. This is extra. And that corresponds to an increase in average corporate income tax rate of 2 percentage points. So it's not a draconic increase. If we think, for example, some countries like the United Arab Emirates already introduced a corporate income tax. So that's for them already an increase from 0 to 9%, right? Some countries here close to the EU, they were thinking, should we decrease our taxes further? We wanted to go up, but then they say maybe we will not go up. Now they are considering seriously going up again. So that by itself is going in the direction of the dynamic impacts I'm talking about. And that's really important to take into account. So one point on this I would like to stress again regarding the discussion in the panel today. Are we going to converge to 15%? I don't see why. So now the floor is 0. And if we make the floor even higher, 15%, why should we converge to 15%? So maybe it's an empirical question, time will tell. But giving what we know in terms of the reaction function of countries to what happened abroad, we expect that if other countries raise their taxes, we will also raise our taxes. Maybe not 1-to-1, but it's unlikely that we will decrease our taxes in response. And remember, a broad decrease in the tax rate is costly because you will collect less from the immobile base. And by the same token, if you increase your corporate income tax by 1 percentage point, you are collecting more from the relatively immobile base. Okay, so I would like to say something on the subject of tax rule that was not discussed, but that's a rule basically that gives low-income countries a source-based taxation right on outbound payments, on specific outbound payments, if they are taxed below 9%. So we looked into that. Our results suggest that. So let me put it this way: every $1 in 5 treaties, so 20% of the treaties, have a withholding tax below 9% on interest, for instance. And every 4 in 5 treaties, so 80% of the treaties, will have actually lower than 9% on technical and management fees, cross-border withholding tax. But when we take into account the home country nominal tax rate, which is how the subject to tax rule is currently drafted, we end up having only about 6% of all treaties will be subjected to the cross-border withholding tax. So that's in our assessment, which lends support to kind of reconsidering or increasing the scope of the subject to tax rule. But this is not being implemented yet. This is not being finalized. This is still under discussion. Other topic which is important for developing countries being still under discussion is the so-called Amount B that hasn't been discussed today. So these are simplification measures under Pillar 1 to basically for specific activities, redistributions, so the details are yet to be finalized. What will happen to investment? Investment, by definition, if we increase taxes, we expect investment to decline. However, we expect this to be muted, the effect. The reason being, we have substance-based income exclusion, so that's under Pillar 2 will dampen the effect on investment. Also, and that's very important to recall, is that the textbook version, when we say the tax rate went up in my country, so investment may go to other countries, right? That's not exactly how this agreement works, because other countries are also increasing their taxes. So that's something also to be taken into account. So it's there is some leveling of the play field. The United Nations Conference on Trade and Development in 2022 have a very good World Investment Report where they discuss the effect of the minimum tax, and they put the decline of the FDI globally at around 2%. They simulate the impact on global FDI because of the impact. Another thing is that to emphasize in this regard. In fact, investment may be relocated from low tax jurisdictions to some of the higher tax countries. So if we think of an investment now that left Sweden at the margin just because of some tax advantages somewhere else, if that tax advantage is being eliminated, that investment has now good reason to go back to the original calculation and reallocate to Sweden, for instance. And of course, by leveling the play field, that means other non-tax factors will become important for the investment decision. Okay, I feel I am in a race with the slides. They keep moving automatically, and I need to bring them back. So please, if I'm taking so much time, I'll stop. But let me speak a little bit on the profit shifting impact. So that has been discussed today a lot. We put the global revenue impact by reducing profit shifting at 1% globally. But this is, of course, it masks some heterogeneity, so some countries will gain far more. Some countries will lose a little bit because, especially investment hubs and low tax jurisdictions, because there will be less profit shifted to their countries. We use some semi-elasticities that are existing in the literature at 1.2, but of course the effect might be non-linear. So here we are assuming a linear effect. What is the distance from me to the average world tax rate? That shrinks, so there is less incentives for my companies to shift profit abroad. But of course, the world is nonlinear. Depending on where is my position, maybe the reduction in the profit shifting will be even more. So the slides moved automatically. I will follow the speed. Just to say, complexity is particularly important for low-income countries where they might have some competing priorities in terms of investing in their digitalization, in their human resources. So that's something to be taken into account. And also here, I would like to actually mention the point on the importance of providing information. So we have achieved very important progress on exchanging information, whether on individuals, but also country by country. But de facto, many low and middle income countries are not yet still receiving information as much as we wish to, and that's something to be improved in the future. Maybe I will skip the other reforms that are happening in the interest of time, but of course there are other things happening, including the United Nations work on model treaties to strengthen source-based taxation of digital services and some other payments. Let me just say, what will country do? I think QD-MTTT is a dominant strategy. It's just you are safe to implement it, whether you are capital importing country or capital exporting country. Because in easy word, what the QD-MTT is doing is saying, if a company will fall under the Pillar 2 scope and maybe the foreign jurisdictions will collect the revenue, if I have the QD-MTTT, I will ensure that I don't leave money on the table. Loosely speaking, more or less, that's what the rule says. But of course, the reform is an opportunity, the agreement is an opportunity to do more, to revisit corporate income taxations by at a broader level. There is a scope to better tax excess profit, for example. That's a topic that's now being discussed in the EU. There is a scope to raise the tax rates, as I mentioned. In low-income countries, there is a scope to revisit the entire tax incentive schemes, tax holidays that are known to be very costly, ineffective, and inefficient. And now it's time really to revisit these tax incentives. Some tax incentives, some tax competition may remain under the agreement, so it does not fully eliminate tax competition incentives, but it's an opportunity to revisit these incentives because it does put a floor on tax competition. So maybe to one last slide before I conclude, just to put things into perspective. The corporate income tax reform is important. It brings revenue that are important for supporting financing need. But of course, for low-income countries, a lot of revenue are still needed. Some estimates suggest 16% in some low-income countries of GDP need to be raised to meet sustainable development goals. Maybe 8% lower than capacity. So if you estimate the potential of the tax system and what we are collecting right now, some low-income countries have scope to increase their taxes by 8%. Even if we look at low-income countries and we try to bring their average tax to the emerging market level, the last bar, there is a 5 percentage point of GDP that need to be increased. So that all says, of course, corporate income tax reforms are important for various reasons, and their contributions in terms of revenue is, of course, welcome. But other reforms are also important, especially in low-income tax environment. VAT, property taxes, personal income taxes are also important reform areas in low-income countries. So to conclude, I think, let me go to the concluding slide in the interest of time. The agreement is an important step in the right direction. It's an historic agreement. We should not take implementation for granted. So it's still kind of many things are being implemented. There is a scope to improve or widen the scope, let me say, of the agreement itself going forward or in the future. So some business need to be finished. That's simplification measures subject to tax rule, finalizing all the details, and special considerations for low-income countries. But of course, in going forward, one could envisage building on that agreement to even go further and widen the scope of the reform. And then to reap the benefits, the gains are not automatic, so countries need to implement things. In some high advanced countries is maybe just QD, MTTT and doing some few amendment to the law. But in low-income countries, maybe there are wider reforms that are need to be taken and undertaken to reap the benefits of the global agreement. So with that, I would like to stop and thank you everyone.
We have some questions also, but I will start. I'm thinking of I have two questions, so it was very good. But the first on the traffic light slide, where you had the colors, you have this. You call it a minimum, like a proper minimum floor or something. So if you could explain what that is, I didn't get it. And the other one was you had the figure 8%. If you can convert that to dollars or euros, maybe.
Yeah.
So that's my two questions.
So You know, that's for illustration. So if we look at a minimum tax in a textbook like, say, tax competition model where we introduce a minimum tax, and then the question usually we ask, is that Pareto improving, meaning would that make countries better off or worse off? And in these standard tax competition models, you would make countries better off. So the high tax country will lose less profit toward the low tax countries, and the low tax countries will also be better off for a kind of moderate minimum tax, because they will collect higher taxes from a smaller base, so they will lose a little bit of profit shifting. But other countries, because the high tax countries will not reduce their taxes, so they will maintain also a little bit of profit shifting. So they will collect typically higher revenue, which is welfare improving. So in that textbook like minimum tax that I was just describing, there are no exceptions. So it's just a minimum tax for everybody. So there is kind of no firms that are excluded because of a turnover threshold. There is no portion of the tax base will not be taxed. For instance, under Pillar 2, we have the substance-based income exclusion, which is not part of the GloBE rules. So that's what I meant by kind of full-fledged textbook-like minimum tax. The amount of so let me I need to do the math, but so 6% of corporate global corporate income tax is around 150 billion. So that's 8%. So something like, I don't know, don't quote me on that, but maybe 200 billions, 180 billions globally, US dollar. So say because of an increase in, because of the dynamic impact by raising your tax rate.
Only the dynamic.
Only the dynamic, the 8% basically of global corporate income tax revenue. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. We have a question from Emil.
So great, thank you very much for the presentation, also for bringing in the perspective of the low-income countries as well. So coming back previously, we had this discussion about revenue estimates for Sweden, and while I agree that's maybe not you shouldn't focus much on numbers as of today. We also did talk about potential gains from these dynamic effects from reduced tax competition. Can you say anything about like how you think this 8% of that will be distributed, let's say, at least between high and low-income countries? We don't have any figures for Sweden right now, but more broadly about this issue.
Yeah, no, thank you. This is an important question, and we were cautious in this study not to put figures country by country because of the uncertainty surrounding these. But from Sweden perspective, if I may just think out loud here in the room, and if because of the EU directive, we have a 15% then on the taxation of multinationals, meaning the mobile base within the EU. We know there is more or less already basically a minimum tax in the United States. Other countries in Asia are also moving in this direction. So we heard, for example, South Korea is moving also toward implementing Pillar 2, basically, right? So this means it is less likely that in the future, to start with, less likely that in the near future, there will be ideas in Sweden to say, let's reduce the corporate income tax rate even further. I mean, it's already at around 20%, because the pressure is relieved, basically, right? So that by itself is kind of dynamic impact. Now, if some countries going forward start even raising their taxes, including very large economies, maybe reconsidering their rate situation, that could even give a room in the future to say, well, maybe we can move back from 20 to 22%, which again, then the revenue gain will be not only by increasing the tax revenue from multinationals, but also from domestic, relatively immobile tax base. But of course, in the Nordic setup, where we have quasi or similar to a dual income tax, then always the tax rate on dividends and at the individual level need to be taken into account. But this is the dynamic effects from the country tax setting perspective. The other aspect is companies, and that's what I already raised, is maybe, of course, we have a relatively small number of multinationals under Pillar 2. I saw the number 100. I'm citing, I don't know, I didn't see the data. But those companies will have less incentives to put profit in low tax jurisdictions. And as I said, maybe already some of these companies are actually reacting And what we did not now attribute, or what the report did not attribute as gain because of Pillar 2. Maybe, I don't know, maybe some of that profit is already a reaction, already kind of internalized, embedded reaction of Swedish firms. Overall, I think by that's a little bit more on Pillar 1 rather than the dynamic of Pillar 2. But the idea is living in a world of coordination. I mean, the whole idea of the agreement is, we heard that it's a global problem. If we want to solve it, we need coordination. And if we live in a world where we have some form of coordination, is maybe better than a world where we have so many unilateral measures. And that's actually also good for companies. So dealing with a more harmonized system is much easier than having multiple unilateral, very different systems. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we have a question from Piers here.
Can I ask, in the STTR part, when you were looking at the statutory rate or the nominal rates in the partner jurisdiction, did you look at all at nominal rates that might be different from the statutory rate? Or did you just look at the statutory rate? Because it occurs to me that there may be countries with a high statutory rate that have some nominal rates applying to certain companies.
Yeah, no, this is a very important question. So indeed, we looked at kind of the legal framework, meaning what's in the bilateral tax treaty and what is the statutory tax rate. In some countries, there might be some patent boxes taxed at below 9%, although some European ones are adjusting upward, going to the 9%, for instance, in the Benelux context. But also in some developing countries, there might be some tax holidays, so these are not taken into account in that particular calculation. Yeah.
I can ask a question. What is the IMF's view on the state of negotiations in the future at the global level? We see important initiatives in Latin American countries at the UN. We have already initiatives at the OECD and in African countries, in European countries. Does the IMF have a view on where the next big negotiations will be coming in the next few years?
So we at the IMF, we contribute to the debate by providing economic analysis, by trying to have an independent analysis of various reform options. And we plan to continue contributing to this debate. We also support all collective actions to resolve problems with spillovers, and including tax spillovers. And that ideally will be solved at a global level. So we have a coordinated global solution to resolve these spillovers. But also regional cooperations are also important. And for example, the EU can showcase that coordination can work among highly integrated economies and moving toward implementing Pillar 2. So in that sense, regional coordination is also important to foster a global agreement on issues with spillovers, including taxation, of course.
All right. I think that was the last question. And a big thank you to both of you. All three of you, of course, coming here to Sweden to talk about this. And you pushed the tax debate forward just in this very day quite a bit. And from SACO, we don't give flowers, but we give something, a little money to Scholars at Risk, so an organization. So that's the flowers we give to you presenting here today. So
thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And thank you for watching this online. And that was the end of these seminars.